We are on. We are online. Twitch, hello. YouTube Shorts, hello. Non-shorts, hello? Nope, that's not it. Hello. Hello. Where's my other stream? There it is. Oh, there I am. Okay. That bad boy out here. Put that there. Bing, bing, boom. Okay. Peep the puppy in the background. Puppy stream today. Mr. Famous. On his pink heating pad that he loves. He's like, hello. Hello. Hey, buddy. Like, why have you awoken me? Usually the pink heating pad is in my girlfriend's room, where he hangs out most of the day. She's not here today, so I stole it. No girls allowed. Just kidding. But now he gets to hang out with me. Isn't that nice? You like hanging out with me? He's like, I hate it here. It's not pink. It's not pink in here. I don't like it. It's not pretty. He's such a little baby boy. He is. Okay, what are we working on today? What are we working on today? I think, should we finish the building system today? You know, let's just finish it today. Let's just do that. Let's just fucking finish it. Can we do that? Can we do that? I don't know. We'll see. I think that's the goal for today, though. Where did I put the building? Yeah. Okay. Landscape grid snapping. Yes, of course. Yes. So I need to add one thing here is that current build collision boxes are not going to work. Okay, that's I think what we're working on now. That's what we're gonna work on now. I don't know why I thought that would work. I think that's a remnant of the system from the before times. Before the Mydrongening. Before Mydrong rewrote it. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Welcome. Yeah, so, in the before times, I had a box collision on every one of these things. There it is. And then I think I just dynamically, I think it was specifically set by the build system before I got my hands on it. Because this was like a free plugin or whatever. And so that would encompass the entire mesh. You know, plus or minus some, I guess, depending on what it should or shouldn't collide with when placing. And this is to determine like invalid placements and stuff like that. But then I changed to just dynamically setting it to the extents of the static mesh rather than having to manually set it, which seemed like a better idea to me. But now I don't know how that ever would have worked. I don't know how that ever would have worked because look at this fucking guy. This guy's not square. He ain't square. Thakur, hello. Hello over there in India. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. What are all these things? Are these all landscape supports? What is that? It's build collision 4. Oh, okay, so they just like... Okay, I think I'm seeing it now. This is not a support checker. So they just like put all these like... Oh my god, that's disgusting. They put all these manual boxes in here to check build collision. Oh my god, and then they did one like that too. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. So my ideas for this system are that I think we're just gonna have to rely on regular collision, like simple collision probably. Let's see what our collision settings are by default. Landscape checker, where's the static mesh build collision? I guess static mesh collision is what we're gonna have to use. And I forget if it's like use... Where's simple? Where's simple collision? It's like trace complex on move. Definitely don't want that. I thought there was a setting for simple collision. Do I work for any company? I do have a day job. It is not in game development though, so I do not work for a game dev company. Nor have I ever. But I am a software engineer normally. Okay. Isn't it like use complex as simple? I thought it was on here somewhere. Is it on the static mesh itself? I'm forgetting. Simple collision physics material. But I know that there is simple collision on here. Simple collision. There we go. See, that's perfect. That'll be perfect. Software engineer in which technology? Pff, fucking all of them, honestly. I've worked in a lot of them. But right now I am working mostly in Angular, Dart, Java. Doing a lot of SQL as well. A lot of metrics. A lot of metrics. Those are the primary ones. And I will start getting into a little bit of C++ as well at work. But I think for most of my career, it was React is probably what I've worked most with. React and React Native. I've done Scala, Java, a little bit of C#, a little bit of Python, JS, TS. Fucking most of them, actually. Most of the big ones. And a little bit of Go as well. You are a genius, then no. After you learn your first language, it's not too hard learning the other ones. Not too hard. Although Scala, I think you do need to be a genius to fully understand Scala. And I am not claiming that I fully understand it by any means. Okay, so yeah, what am I doing? I'm going to assume that those are simple collision. And so I did just change some of the code from doing the build collision checks, which, by the way, let me check where I'm using that at. Only in building object actor. Build a component has tag. Yeah, we need to... Yeah, a lot of these aren't going to work. Build collision components. Yeah, so we don't want this. Has invalid component collision. Where am I using this at? Has invalid collision. Expand that. Okay, so I need to then check, because right now I switched it to just is overlapping actors, or get overlapping, what was it? Get overlapping actors, yeah. So I think I did that in get connected buildings. And you know what? These are... A lot of this is gonna... A lot of that's gonna get deleted. A lot of that's gonna get deleted. I should use that in more places, and I'm honestly kind of thinking, let's just return this here. I think it's gonna make it easier to work with. Yeah, a little bit less efficient memory-wise, but there shouldn't be that many fucking connected buildings. There shouldn't be that many. You know what? I might want to make that blueprint callable just in case. Just in case I want to use it there. So let's initialize that array here. Overlapping buildings. Return, yeah, just return that. I'll leave the rest of this shit here just for now. Just for now. Get connected buildings, there we go. And maybe this is something that I should store. And do I need like landscapes return from here? Where was I? Where was I? Already forgotten. I've already lost myself. Ah, there it is. There we are. There we are, yes. Okay, so let me check here. I need to do a quick audit of where I'm using this to make sure that I don't expect... Yeah, this is specifically checking for build collision, I believe, so we're going to skip it if it doesn't have build collision. Yeah, we were specifically checking build collision here. So I think we can safely get rid of that. Overlapping buildings... Let's call that connected. Let's call that building actor. We will, of course, need to... Yeah, what are we doing here? What am I doing here? What actually am I doing here? Get overlapping... I'm getting overlapping components on each build collision. I'm going to skip it if it's not equal to the overlapping actor. Which, I don't know if that would ever be the case. Or it's not build collision. If it is build collision, what am I doing? Blocking channels, block and overlap. If it contains that, return true, because this has invalid component collision. Okay, so I can't imagine that... I can't imagine that I would have multi-responses, multiple collision responses. I think I would want all buildings to kind of block each other, I think. But I suppose we can keep that logic here. We just need to pretty much just get rid of all that. So building actor. Get static mesh. I guess I have to get the static mesh component. Okay. Building mesh, get collision response to channel to the current static mesh's collision object type. If it has a blocking channel, I guess we can. What are you doing here? Building mesh, get blah, 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 blah. More. It's probably just I can probably just do actor here. Actually, the it's not casted though. That's kind of annoying. Okay, get extent. No. Get static mesh, get extent. Get bounds. Box sphere bounds, then I can do dot box extent. So this is extent. F vector. Extent. Okay, so now we have the extent. Let's log that. I do +5, I guess, for some fucking reason. That's fine. I guess I should get building mesh, get component location, rotation, building mesh as well. Uh-oh. Mister, is it too warm? You want me to turn it down? Well, that wasn't too warm, buddy. Usually you want a little warmer than that. You just want to find a cozier spot? Okay, run along. Run along then. Ah, coffee. Okay, so that's nice and updated. Let me check this actually. So we're actually already getting the overlapping actors. Overlapping actor, overlapping building. So yeah, we actually ignore all that. Actually ignore all that. And we can do this here. Get connected buildings. Has invalid component collision. So all we're really doing, building data ignored building types. Oh, I should have commented this. Overlapping build, get attach point for building. So we have an overlapping building, and if it's an ignored building type, or excuse me, if it's an ignored building type, okay, so I guess that's how I'm doing ignored building types. I may not need to worry about collision channels then. Or get attach point for building. So this is saying like or is attached basically. Well, I'm going to rewrite this a little bit to be a bit more understandable. Yeah, if this isn't a building, like I think it would just return false. So get that out of the way, and then I can put each of these in like variables that are probably a bit easier to understand. Is ignored building type? Yeah. Except type it right, please, Copilot. Thank you. Okay. So if it's an ignored building type or it is socketed, we return false because it's valid. Okay, that's a bit easier to understand there. Say hi to Mr. for me. You just missed him. Oh no, he's there actually. He came back. Here he is. Grandpa says hi. You found me. Welcome in. He's on his heating pad right now. He's on his heating pad. He got a little too toasty, so he wandered off and I had to turn it down for him. The little prince that he is. Okay. So, back to what we're working on. Back to what we're working on, which was what? What was that again? Yeah, the connected buildings. So let me do a little quick audit for build collision. Actually, let's go ahead and delete it, just so I know that we're not using it anymore. Okay, there it is. We're gonna have to, yeah, just delete it. Just delete it. It's probably gonna break a lot of things, but that's also how we're gonna figure out where it is to remove it. Socketed building. What am I doing here? Okay, so I'm doing a debug drawing on the socketed building. Right here. Okay, so we're just getting the socketed building component. Let's just get actor location. I think that should be fine for the most case. Building, yeah, we're doing component, but let's just get actor location here as well. And again here, yeah. Get actor location. Okay. Build collision. Okay, yeah, and so this is what I was just working on with the attach points here. Is overlapping component. What do I want to say here? First of all, I will need to get T-array of actor. Overlapping buildings equals get connected buildings. Now, actually, let me check the is invalid. What was it? Invalid collision. Yeah. Invalid component collision. Invalid collision. Where am I using this at? No usages. Let's actually just reuse this then. So we're getting connected buildings and we're ignoring those, which should never be those anymore. Should never be those anymore. So we can get rid of that. Okay, yeah, let's just reuse this function then. Is overlapping, we'll just say if it has invalid collision, then it's overlapping. So this is probably gonna, let's just say invalid collision here. This is probably gonna change things. Okay, I think we can rebuild. Let's rebuild the editor. Casual 23 modules building here. Okay, so let's look at our 69 pages. Nice. 69 pages of to-dos here. Yeah, so we're gonna do fixing the build collision. That's what we're doing now. Roofs, I kind of did a quick pass on roofs last night. What did we mess up here? Oh, yeah. The room detector, I forgot I wrote this. Yeah, it turns out writing an algorithm to detect if there is an enclosed room is actually kind of hard. But this doesn't actually work. Get connected buildings if it's false. So we just need to do connected buildings is empty. If it is empty, return false. Illegal. Okay, so yeah, I took a quick pass through roofs yesterday, but the build collision stopped me, so that's not going to work until we figure out the build collision. And we got to do some landscape grid snapping, rotation snapping. Back to the snapping and snocketing. Okay, get you over there. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be interesting. We are rebuilding navigation for some reason. We'll wait for that to finish. And before I do that, let's do a quick run through of the. We'll take a look at the cool stuff, the procedural terrain system here. So Let's do a new seed too. Let's pick a new seed and see what it looks like. This is seed 116. Let's try 117 and see what that looks like. So I got completely, shit. Okay, let me fix this real quick. Build collision. Oh dearie me. What are we doing? Calculate area transform. Okay, let's just skip that. We'll just skip all of that completely. Kick that can down the road. Kick that can down the road. We'll deal with that later. But yeah, so this is completely procedural terrain. And so it generates at runtime as a part of an algorithm I wrote. 3 different compute shaders running on the GPU. I calculate a height map. Oh, this is fun. I've still got some shaders loading. And so every world that the player loads into will be different, randomly generated. And so this isn't like a, you know, how games are typically made. Typical games, you know, will be hand placing the terrain, hand placing all the assets on the terrain, you know, all the trees and the foliage and all that will all be hand placed. However, this is more like a Minecraft type thing, where the world is could be infinite, right? You can keep running in one direction and it will continuously generate new areas and stuff like that. I'm just generating a very small area right now. I'm doing it like chunk by chunk. Each one of these are little sections of the terrain, and the algorithm that I wrote just happens to be able to match these up on the seams, so you can't really tell when you're looking at it. So this is like a really like craggy, rocky biome. Let's look at the map here. So this is the world map that's randomly generated as well, and each one of these different colors is like a different zone that has like a different landscape, different terrain noise. So the one I'm in right now, like I said, was like very craggy. Oh, and it actually, that's funny. I had AI generate names for these, and this one's called Dragon Scale Crag, which is actually, I think, probably pretty fitting for this area. Now, if only there were some dragons in here. That's what I got to work on next. And this does happen to be rather voxely looking terrain. So this set of terrain noise could use some work. But we have the borders here, and you can see where the texture changes. Definitely need to do some blending there. That's a job for a different day. But these borders separate the zones that we were looking at on the world map. So each one of these I intend to tell kind of like a different kind of contained story. A lot of other games like that do this like procedural generation, like something like Minecraft or Valheim, they just kind of like seamlessly blend from one biome or noise to the other. And I kind of wanted to do it a little differently, something more inspired by World of Warcraft, where the zones are kind of isolated, but they have these borders, right? And it's up to you as a player to figure out how to cross them. You know, you can either build some stairs all the way up and all the way back down. You could dig through it, or you could find, you could do some exploration and find one of these white dots, right? These white dots are these zone entrance points, and so that'll be where a break in the mountains ranges are. You can find one of those and go from zone to zone. And this is like the red zone, and eventually I'll have like red grass and trees and stuff like that to make it look better than it does now. And I only have 2 biomes at the moment. We got some nice little sunflowers. We got some hemp too. Found a hemp asset. So you can get like hemp leaves and twine from them. Oh, and here's another one. This is a nice, so there's actually kind of 3 different noises here. We got like the super rocky, craggy noise. We got the kind of flat, meadows, plainsy looking noise. And then this is kind of like somewhere in the middle, right? And then the 3D noise was a big breakthrough for me as well. Getting that working was honestly kind of a fucking slog, I'll be honest. But thanks to Marching Cubes, we were able to take the height map and combine it with some 3D noise. Because the height map, you know, it's essentially like if you just laid a blanket over something, there's no possibility for it to have overhangs or concave formations. But when we combine that with the 3D noise and connect them all together, we can have that. And so it creates these like really cool caves and stuff that I've been able to populate. Eventually there's going to be like ore and stuff down here and monsters. And so you'll want to like to go get ore to like, you know, craft better things, to build better buildings, better equipment, you know, furnish your colonies that you'll be building. You'll want to go down here and get some ore, fight some monsters, that kind of thing. So still working on all of that. Still working on all that. But one of the things that I wanted to do with this as the colony simulation part of the game, because I want to combine RPG, colony sim, and roguelite genres into one. One of the things I wanted to do was kind of make the world more alive and not fake it like a lot of other games do. What a lot of other colony sim type games will do is either they have like a sphere of influence, which is where you know, the NPCs in the world, all the other entities in the world, they're kind of not there if you're not there. They're not on if you're not there, right? So if you walk far enough away, they turn off, and this is necessary for performance in a lot of cases. And so only the things that are in a sphere around the player are actually on and running and doing things. And so just kind of faking the world being alive. They'll do something like that, or they'll do something like, what is it, like you know, they'll have an equation, right? Like say you have 4 colonists and you want to send them to go chop wood, you're getting like 40 wood per hour, and they just run that equation in the background. Every hour you just get 40 wood or something like that, you know. They'll do something like that. I wanted to make the whole world online, or at least as much of it as possible, because like right now there's very little actually rendered that I'm showing. We're probably only a circle like this big, and each one of these pixels on here is a terrain chunk. So it's quite a large world. There's one terrain chunk. There's one pixel on that map. And in order to have all the NPCs running that I will want in the world, or at least as much as possible, I had to write my own ECS system, which stands for Entity Component System. And there is a built-in one in Unreal Engine. I wasn't quite happy with it, so I wrote my own, as I've done with a lot of the things in Unreal Engine, like the terrain. And that'll allow me to efficiently, it's just kind of an architecture that allows you to efficiently render, or not render, but run things like entities on like a massive scale. And I specifically wrote it to run on the background threads of the CPU so that it doesn't block the game thread, and it'll be super efficient. We can have thousands of NPCs around the world moving around and running at runtime. And how I do that, so what I'm displaying here is the nav mesh. So this little green overlay that I'm toggling on and off is how things navigate around. And so you'll see it's like missing here. This means that the slope is too steep to move on. And so when I do a pathfinding query, it'll find a path through the parts of the green here. You'll notice, like over here, there is no terrain generated here. You don't actually see it. I do have the data for it, but I'm not actually rendering it, and I'm not actually generating collision for it. And this is one of the ways that I'm optimizing for performance here. And this is one of the ways that I will allow these NPCs and these entities to move around on the background threads without you actually being there, without there actually being terrain there. So I'm just exporting the triangle and vertex data. And here's what that is. So all these different triangles, I hope you get a null pointer exception on line 2307. Why would you put that evil on me? Why would you do that to me? You know what? I hope you get a Stack Overflow. How about that? And unto you. But here's what that triangle and vertex data looks like. So each point is a vertex here. I have to store all of those, and then I have to store the order of the triangles, of the triangle vertices as well. But I can export those, when I have those, I can export them to the nav mesh. And that's what allows the nav mesh to be built here, even though there's no terrain. And when I'm not around, when the player's not around, the entities will still be able to move around on the nav mesh. And as a part of this data that I have, this triangle data that I have, I've stored it in a spatial data structure, a bounding volume hierarchy. And what that does is it allows me to efficiently query it to do like line traces, collision traces, essentially. So I've kind of recreated a bit of a collision system. And what's good about that is that it can run completely on the background threads. Won't block the game thread anytime I do a trace against terrain. That's also how all these trees are here. and this is a cave. This will be a cave here. And so it knows that there's a cave there because I have this triangle and vertex data. And all of the assets are placed based on that collision trace that I was talking about, where we can trace against the triangle data, the vertex data, very efficiently. And so, again, I'm only generating a small radius just for testing right now, a square rather. But that's how I'm going to generate the whole world. That is how I'm going to do it. We're only using 15 gigs of memory right now. A lot of that is just from PCG caching, which is what I use to place the assets, place all the trees and the foliage and stuff like that. So we will have some, I have a caching system built in, an LRU cache that will help me handle that. But, you know, in plane editor sessions, they kind of just go crazy with the caching. So in a shipping build, it's actually quite a bit lower, So yeah, that's a look at the kind of the pride and joy there. What we're working on today is the building system. So I can place some foundations here for a house. These are just, you know, dummy. All of this is just placeholder objects for now. I don't have actual assets because I'm not an artist and I have very little artistic ability, if any. And I can see now that my support is actually broken from the changes I just made. Usually I should be able to place walls here. Usually I should. So yeah, that's what we'll be testing out today. I just recently changed the build collision of it. And I suppose I'll need to do some checks here. Some different checks. So yeah, they probably just always have invalid collision. Because I did set the scale though. I did set the actor scale to 9.5. So we're making it smaller and then checking if there's any overlaps. And I make it smaller to like allow a 5% overlap. Is invalid component collision. So yeah, at some point here we get to this. Let's put a breakpoint there, and I'm just gonna... Are we even getting there? What? Hello? Hello? Okay, so we got here. Invalid collision, false. I should be getting here. Yeah, no, so the socket does return. Okay, this isn't where the error is. This isn't where the error is. I guess it might be somewhere... Let's look here. In the, potentially, the building component, maybe? Building component, or maybe base building object. Is this the right one? Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Mr. back there just cooking away. Just cooking away. Like a little baked bean. He smells like popcorn. Okay, where am I? And if I was okay, check support is where I should be looking. I forget, did I write that in C++? No, I did not. No, I did not. Okay, check support then. No results found. I don't believe you. Check support collision. That isn't it. That is not what I want. Why is that what I would want? Where do I put check support? Yeah, I haven't worked with this system. I originally wrote this like over a year ago, so I've forgotten everything. I think has support is probably, yeah, what we're hitting. connected to support. Let's get here. Okay. Yeah. Socketed buildings is empty. Okay, yeah, that explains a lot. That explains a lot. Okay. So it's not socketed to any buildings. Why is that? Let me check the collision settings. Here. It should be overlap on the wall here. Okay, so building is actually set to block there. And is this one on block as well? Yeah, this is block everything. So they should be colliding with each other. Maybe they're actually perfectly placed to where they're not. There's actually no overlap happening. Get supporting buildings, socketed building. As landscape supports. Yeah, so this is definitely where it's going wrong. Get supporting buildings. Let's go here. Overlapping buildings is empty. Is this overlapping anything? So let's not do a filter here. Use it anyway. So let's run live coding. Let's run live coding, please. Please and thank you. Come on, please. Please run. Please do what you've been built to do. Bro, it was a one-line change. It shouldn't be that hard. There we go. Now we're cooking. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're not going to do that filter anymore. We're just going to get any overlapping thing, which is still empty. Okay, let's read closer about this function. What do we do here? What would you say you do here? Returns list of actors. This actor is overlapping. Any component overlapping any component does not return itself. Okay, so this is just returning nothing. Now I wonder, is generate overlaps on? That does seem like something that would be important. Static mesh. Generate overlaps. Generate overlaps. Where are you? Yes. Okay, you do have generate overlaps on. Do you have generate overlaps on? Yes. You both have generate overlaps on. Okay. What's the deal then? What's the deal with airplane food? You see this comment I wrote back in the day? This is spooky. I probably should not be doing this. Yeah. Story of my life. Okay. Okay, so I wonder if it's just perfectly placed such that let's get a closer look here. Oh dear, that was very fast. Slow it down. Kind of hard to see because the translucent material. Okay, I think maybe they're just like perfectly placed to where they're like just not touching. I think what I'm gonna try and do. Where's the foundation? There we go. Let's change your snockets. Foundation socket. Now we want the wall snockets. Yeah, wall socket. Wall socket 1. Let's go 80. We'll move that down by 5 schmeckles. I'm not sure which one. I don't know. I might have to replace. No, you're at 80. You're at 85. But you're on the right side. But you're still not snocketing correctly. Okay, I can see that is definitely overlapping now. Okay, so that's a good test. It is definitely overlapping. And it should be returning that. Collision. Static mesh. Generate overlap events. Yes. I mean, it's set to block, right? So I guess let me read the code. Let me dig into the source code here. Get overlapping actors. There are... Oh, it's a T set. Okay, weird. Okay. Owned components. Goes over each component. I guess to make this a bit more efficient, I should just get the static mesh component. That way we don't have to iterate over every single component on the actor. Rid of the component. Yeah, then we just call get overlapping actors on each component. Yeah, that makes sense. And so I'm calling it on this owned component. Yeah, okay, so where's the juice at? So there's just an overlapping components array. So, okay, primitive components just maintain a list of components that they're overlapped with. Yeah, that doesn't seem too crazy. I guess I need to figure out how these are being set. Out overlaps. Oh boy, it's used in so many places. Where is it? Where do you add? Where do you add overlaps? There we go. Begin component overlap. Okay. Why aren't you guys overlapping? Is it because they're both set to block? That's probably why, right? This is set to block on all. I mean, this is clearly overlapping, though. This is clearly overlapping. Okay, I changed it to overlap, and now it's working properly. Okay. Change that back to 85. Why did I... Now I have to figure out why I decided that keeping the building channel on block was what I wanted. Why did I decide to do that? Collision. Yeah, I am specifically setting building to block. Why? Why am I doing that? Let's look at the git blame. There's no way I add terrain chunk custom nav exports. That's the last time I edited this file. Oh, stop, please, stop. Oh my god, what is it doing? Okay, the scrolling was stuck. Okay, so this is just because I added like a null check here. Yeah, I mean, even if I did find the commit where I changed that at, there's no way I wrote there's no way I wrote a helpful commit message. Okay, yeah, that's a dead end. Get turn the annotations off, please, and thank you. There we go. No shot. No shot. Okay. I guess I could just like comment that out and like see what goes wrong. Just see what goes wrong. And I guess the reason it was working before is because I was relying on that build collision component that I no longer have. That live coding ran a lot better, didn't it? Okay, let's get rid of these guys. I'm gonna start over here. Okay, give me a foundation, build that bad boy, and then we will do the dummy wall, which seems to be working. We got here. As invalid collision is true. And I wish it weren't. Well, I guess now it is, because I placed the thing. Oh dear. That's not right. There we go, that's right. It's like sort of right. It's right for the most part, which is good to see. Good to see. But now this is invalid because I guess it's overlapping. Overlapping too much. I bet if I got rid of that wall. No, it's still overlapping. Is it the top wall then? No, you just can't. Apparently, that's fine. Everything's a little wrong. Everything's a little wrong now. I still need that to work. Now, aren't I checking for that? I am doing, yeah, this is the 5% lenience on overlaps. Apparently, there is still invalid collision. Let me pull up the logs here. Could not find socket match, yeah. Could not find socket match. Okay, so give me as invalid collision. Go here. Connected buildings, there is one, yeah. Okay, so but it should be connected via side. There actually should probably be two buildings returned here. The wall and the foundation. The other wall. Block building zone. I forget what I did that for. This is definitely getting down here. No? Is it down here? Neither. Is it not getting here at all? Oh, we're breakpointed. Duh. Okay, yeah, we're getting there. Getting there. We're getting there. Overlapping component collision response is overlap. What is the overlapping actor? It's the other wall, yeah. So they should be connected via a socket. Is socketed is false though. Times 2 approximately equal matching building type attach points. So is that not? I feel like that should be solving this issue because they should be approximately equal. Building snockets. The snozzberries taste like snozzberries. Wall snockets. Yeah, we got all the wall snockets. This snockets. You can do with this, or you can do with that. Error tolerance is 1. I guess we just like, it's never equal. But yeah, it's returning here. We're returning here. interesting that I chose to sort by distance. It is socketed if it's not equal to null pointer. Yeah, that should be right. Where are we? Oh, this is a different that's a different code path, actually. Okay, that makes more sense now. But let's look at this in game, because there should be 2 sockets here. And let me build this other one so it's a little bit easier to see and click on and stuff. Okay, so these should have 2 approximately equal sockets. Wall socket 2. Yeah, so there's 1 socket. Can I show the arrows? Yeah, there we go. There's 1 socket. And then the other wall, this guy. Bro, why is that not returning? Those should be equal, right? Tim Sweeney's gaslighting me again. Damn you, Tim Sweeney. And the overlapping building is the other wall. This wall is wall 9. Get attach point for building. Wait. Why am I adding this? Oh, because I'm doing it on the overlapping building. Okay. I could switch that, because that is a little odd. All we're doing is, yeah, let's switch this, because that was a little confusing to read. That was a little confusing to read. This shouldn't make a difference based on what I know, which isn't a whole lot. Okay. Built. Thank you. Thank you. Still doesn't like it. But now that one's wrong. That used to work. That used to work. That used to be placeable. This one's still fine. Now that's just putting it in the exact. Weird. It's doing these. The green boxes are like traces that I do just to show like what I'm considering, and it seems like it's adjusting the locations too much during that frame, because the wall is actually where it should be if you're looking. And so like when there's a socket on all 4 sides of the wall, and like whichever one you're the closest you're looking at, that's the one it should try to socket to and see if it works. So there's one on the foundation right there too. Yeah, it's socketed. Still probably false. Yeah. It's weird to me. Let me look at all these distances. Closest to location 0. What? Okay, yeah, so this doesn't matter. The sort doesn't matter. Why do I do that? I'm not actually using that anymore. I guess let's manually look at their transforms. Let me actually find, what was it? Was it socket 2? I think it was socket 2. Maybe I should look at this. This sockets. Socket 2. Look for the transform. There it is. Okay. There's one. So let's new watch there. Or I should have added that to watch. How do I add? Do I double click? No. Remove all watches. How do I? There it is. Add to watches. Cannot make a path to the item. Are you fucking kidding me? You had one job. Okay, that's not gonna work then. Okay, where's the other sockets? Here we go. Socket 2, I think, is the one. Where is transform? Component to world. Okay. X is 1443.9. 1443.9. Okay, those match up. Y is 3860. 3860. Z, negative 2203.09. Negative 2203.09. These are all the fucking same. Why is this not returning? Error tolerance is 1. Is that not a large enough error tolerance? It was 1443.902. 0.902. Y is 0.373. 0.373. 0.099. These are the exact fucking same. Okay, does this function not work like I think it does? Oh, this might be the wrong... This is the wrong code path. That's fucking why. God damn it. God damn it. Here we go. Here's the right code path. Okay, it kept those open for the most part. Thank you. Thank you for that. What are our buildings here? Yeah, okay. I think this is right. This is right. Component to world. Okay. 373, 099, 902. Okay, those look the same. Okay, now they're not the same. Now they're not the same. And this is other sockets, which is building. Okay. Okay. Building 3, and then this building is building 9, wall 9. Yeah, that's right. Why is your... Oh, I'm looking at wall socket 3. We want wall socket 2. That's why they weren't the same. Okay, now they're a little bit different, actually. I can see 1438. 1443. So it's off by like 5. 3860. 3865. Okay. Man. Okay, why then in one oh, I know why. I know why. Because I changed the scale. Oh, this is also check build status. Attach point for building. This is also the wrong code path. I thought it was the right one. Okay, go show me. Jamie, pull up code paths. Jamie, pull up that code path. Okay, it's right here. Okay, there. There, child. Okay. Now this is the right code path. Okay, but yeah, I'm changing the scale of the building. Okay, so the idea, I mean, why should that be? Yeah, it shouldn't be socketed, but it all, like, if I'm changing the scale by 5%, it also shouldn't be overlapping. Right? So there's like two scenarios I'm thinking of here. You're trying to snap a wall to a snocket. And therefore anything, if any of the snockets are attached, you don't get, you know, that's a valid placement, right? That's not overlapping too much. Unless you rotate it. Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. I'm also thinking about the scenario where you don't snap, where you're not using the snocket snapping. Where you're just kind of free placement. You wouldn't want to pay attention to snockets in that scenario. Snockets, scenario, and snaps. And you. Snozzberries. Taste like snockets. Okay, I'm thinking. So, I think I just need to, I don't think the snockets actually, you know, checking if they're attached actually gives me much here. Because, let's skip forward here. Let's go back into the game so I can show what I'm thinking. So, once you've snocketed here, right, you can also rotate it. You see that? You see how I'm rotating? Now there's a point. Yeah, it turns to red there. Interesting. Wait, why is that one red? I guess the 5%. You know what? Where's my green trace at? Jamie, pull up the green trace. Jamie, pull that up. Is that it? That's a sphere. Ain't right. Now, building extent. Is it safe to say that it would be the same thing if I did 0.95 times 0.95 here? Is it safe to say? Is it safe to say that? Y'all ever talk and the words just don't come out? Y'all ever do that? Yeah, I guess that's probably ever so slightly overlapping, which is why like this doesn't work. This doesn't work because there's no support there, so it's like it's not hanging on to anything. Requires build support. Actually, the walls should dangle by 1, but I guess it's not getting an overlap. Ugh, God, I gotta like redo the whole system now. God damn. God damn. I guess that is ever so slightly overlapping. It doesn't here though. Yeah, I can clearly see that there's a space there. Given that this is similar enough. Okay. Okay, what do I want to do about that? So, I do the 5% overlap, but apparently that's not enough. Apparently that's not good enough for you. Apparently that's not good enough for you. So now what? Let's write some stuff down. Okay. 5% over, we'll say 5% overlap lenience does not seem to be enough. %5 lenience does not seem to be enough. And I'll say, what have I learned? The snockets. Checking for connected sockets to validate an overlap is not enough, because the player could rotate into an invalid placement. Or we could not be... Dude, snap. Oh. I could just increase it to 6%. That feels like a really hacky solution though. And that's not going to work for every scenario, right? And the original reason for the 5% overlap allowance, lenience, was so that when you're just like doing a free placement, because like right now they're just snapping. If you hold shift, you can just like place it anywhere. Right, it won't snap if you're holding shift. So you can kind of just like freeform build. And that 5% overlap was to allow, you know, the player to not need perfect placement, because that would get really fucking annoying, right? That would get really annoying. And I thought it would also handle the rotatey scenarios. The has invalid collision, though, it's not working anymore because I've changed the scale to 95%. Therefore, the sockets are not socketing. So these kind of two concepts are conflicting with one another because I'm trying to do them both at the same time. Mister's gone now. Yeah, so what do I want to do about this? Has invalid component collision. It connected buildings. Green. What do I want to do about this? I could just like... What I don't want to have to do is maintain a list at all times, because that's just going to take up memory that I don't really want to take up. It would just be pointers though, right? How many bytes is a pointer? C++, or I guess it would be Unreal Engine. How many bytes in a pointer? Why are you not telling me? Is it 8 byte? I feel like the T object pointer. How many bytes in a... Let's do T object pointer, because I'm pretty sure those take up a little bit more. Why is there no straight answer for this? Nothing. Dude, I swear I've seen this somewhere. But if a pointer is 8 bytes, I guess we'll just go with that. That's pretty small. So maybe it's not too big of a deal to store that. The thing is, though, it's for every fucking building that's placed in the game. That, to me, that's just going to get... There could be thousands, right? There could be thousands of buildings. I don't want to maintain the snocketed, the snocketed buildings for every one of those. Yeah, I'll need to think about that. I'll need to think about that. I think I am going to take a quick break at the moment, though. Probably need to take the doggos out. But I'm gonna think about this a little bit more, and I'll be back. Give me like 5-10 minutes, maybe. I will be right back. Let's put something pretty in the background. There we go. There's a nice background image. Here be. Hello. We're back. And we're back. Okay. So what are we doing about the snockets? Let me see here. The support checker is not working either, so we kind of just need to completely reimagine it. Shadow Demon, hello, welcome in. How goes the game progression? It's coming along. It's coming along. We're finally getting to a point where we're like combining some systems together. Procedural terrain, building system, ECS system. It's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be exciting. Right now we're trying to work on the snockets. The snapping and the snocketing. Kind of like fixing the building system here. Kind of finishing it off from where I left it over a year ago. Was like the last time I worked on it. And yeah, we're trying to determine whether I guess we're not trying to, we're rewriting the logic for the whether the building object has a valid placement or socket. Looks like it's coming together. Thank you. I appreciate that. Whole year, that's crazy. Well, it's been like 2.5 years that I've been working on this. Yeah. It's coming along though. It's coming along. Okay, so the socketing logic. We have two different ideas here. One of them is if it's in a valid socket, or if it's overlapping by more than 5%. I'm trying to do those at the same time from this function. This function being this one. Yeah, I wonder if I should just do this. Is there a better way? Let me look this up real quick. Unreal Engine determine percent of overlap. I feel like I've searched this before. Is there an easy way to do this other than setting the scale? I'm not aware of a built-in solution. Great. Yeah, I guess my way is probably the easiest way, honestly. I just don't know, like, if I'm setting the scale to like 0.95 and then changing it back in a single frame, like, what's the cost of doing that? Is that bad? It's working fine. But how many times can I do that before I start to hit issues? And so has invalid collision then is going to be non-constant anymore as well if I do that as a part of this function. Which is only called from one place, so. Has invalid component collision though. This is the only usage. Oh, the attach point for building. Right. The attach point for building. Okay, and so that's the part where I need it to be proper. I guess once we've already gotten the connecting buildings. I need to check. I need to check both. Do I need to check both? Because the logic should be, if it's in a valid socket, or rather, if it's not in a socket and overlapping by more than 5%. I wonder if I should just make it a 10% overlap. Should I just make it 10% overlap? Increase the overlap percentage. That's just the easiest way to continue. I just feel so I could literally do 6%, I bet. I could literally just change it by 1%. The thing is, though, this is not going to work for every... Okay, never mind, that didn't work. Still overlapping. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, 7%. Still no? Still no. Connected buildings is empty. Okay, so what's happening? What's happening? I got it twisted. I'm twisted. Was it the support? No, overlapping actors. I keep forgetting that there's like multiple code paths happening. Get attached point, when I provide support, get connected buildings. Where am I using you at? Get supporting buildings. Where am I checking for overlapping actors at? Check claim and check ownership. Those neither of those have anything to do with the overlapping actors check. Building component. Oh god, there's so many functions. Is it this guy? I am doing the... I think it might be this guy. Change that to 0.94. And look at that, it's green now. Okay. I don't like that that's in blueprints. I don't like that there are two different places that I do that at. Oh, what the hell? Man, Ryder is getting it more and more wrong about where it is being used. I need you to show up in blueprints, please, because that totally... If I knew that was in blueprints, I would have went right fucking there. I checked that. This does solidify the fact that I think I do need to set the scale in here to unify that, because I have two different locations I'm doing that in. And yeah, I don't want to do that, so I'm gonna have to keep those in sync. So yeah, you're not gonna like being const, so we have to change that. We need to save the original scale and then set it back there. Okay, can delete that. As invalid collision, 0.94 instead of 5. So we will need to rebuild that. But let's go ahead and delete what we gotta delete, which is setting the scale, which makes this a little cleaner, which is nice. This is now going to be... I'm surprised that that was... I guess it's because it was const. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, this function's now a lot cleaner. We'll save that, rebuild. Okay, so hopefully just like a 6% overlap is good enough for all the scenarios. We're gonna have to run through. The one I'm worried about is the roof. The roofs, they need probably more overlap allowance, and what I would like to not have to do is like set an overlap amount % on each one. That would be really fucking annoying. Although just having it as a U property wouldn't be all that bad. I think eventually I think I want these building objects to be instant static mesh components. So yeah. Right now they're all individual actors, which is not going to be very scalable, is it? No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, okay, so the snapping is just all wrong now, too, on the wall at least. Technically still works. It says it's valid here. Okay. I wonder if that's because... Let me build this real quick. Is that because it's like completely inside of it now? Check support. Okay, so now that the support checker part of it's broken. Has support checker supports or connected to support? It should be connected to support. Get supporting buildings. I made a struct for that. Why did I make a whole ass struct for that? Get supporting buildings. Where we get connected buildings, but we're not, we don't change the scale or anything. So that should have the buildings in it. Yeah, foundation and wall. It is in the wall socket. Although it says has support is false though. But I thought this had... Let me check this one. Socketed buildings, yeah. Okay, why is this, I'm gonna guess connected to support. Max check depth 2. It should be connected to support. Requires build support. Yes. Get supporting. Okay, so I guess the problem here with this function then is we're only... I mean, there's two problems, right? First one is we're only taking into account the buildings that are socketed rather than the buildings that this is just placed on. Like, this wall is on a foundation as well. That foundation should provide support to it. But we're only returning socketed ones, not just any one that provides support. So some updates needing there. But this one should still be giving it. This one should still be giving it support, because this one should be connected to support. So right now we are on the one connected to the wall. So we should be, we go here, yes, and we're gonna check the next one. Current check depth, yeah, we're in the next recursion. Wait, we're returning another wall right here? Oh, no, that's this. The socketed buildings is false here. Or empty, rather. Okay. So we have our issue, I think. So current max check depth 2. It was empty, so... Couldn't we have just hit false? Oh no, I was current check depth. Okay, so we've started over. We started over. Okay, current check depth 0. Okay, so we started over. Get supporting buildings. Not yet. One more. One more. Okay, now I want to see what these are. Overlapping buildings. So there's no overlap. Oh, there's no overlap on the foundation? There's no overlap on the foundation. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is wall 16. Okay, I gotta look in game now. Okay, they're apparently... Oh my god. Okay, so I guess... Yeah, I guess I'll need to increase the scale by a little bit to get the overlaps. But it should be getting... No, yeah, I guess we'll need to increase the scale to get the overlaps. Yeah, so I guess I'm kind of at a crossroads where it's like, yeah, do I just maintain the list of like connected buildings? The web, the fucking web of connected buildings, and what sockets they're in and stuff? Or do I just do this, continue to go down this road of like, just do an overlap check when I need to know? Which, when do I need to know? One would be on tick when I'm placing a building. That would be the only on tick place to do it at. That would be the only time I'm doing it on tick, is when I'm like placing a building. So I'm not too worried about that, like the performance wise. When I place the building, when I click place, and when I destroy a building, because I need to check if there's anything else that needs to be destroyed. Like if you destroy something, you know, it could remove support for other things. So I would need to traverse the tree, the support tree, which is why I have that recursive function. Which I should probably change to a breadth first search. Especially if I wanted to, like, if I wanted support strengths as well. It's completely other topic though. So I would want to get the highest strength, which would need a breadth first search instead of a depth first search algorithm. So yeah, I guess when I'm checking for supporting buildings, I need to increase the scale and then check for overlaps. So that means okay, go back. That means I'm gonna set the scale to higher here, then set it back to the original. Gonna get here, set it to lower, and then set it back to the original. It feels so weird to do that, but I mean, it's working. It's working. That also changes that function to non-const as well. And I will need to change get supporting buildings to something different. And I guess for... if I'm allowing a 6% overlap, then checking for support needs to be like one more than that. No. No, it doesn't. Because if they're overlap, like then they're already overlapping. So I just need like a very slightly, probably just like a 1% overlap is all I would need. Yeah, that's not const anymore. Feels weird. Feels weird. Set it back to the original scale right after that. Dude, I feel like there's got to be a better way to do this. There's got to be some built-in engine way that I'm not aware of. Because I'm guessing this like updates overlaps and stuff each time. Imaginary villain. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in, everyone. We're talking snockets. We're snapping to snockets. Building system stuff. How was your stream though? What were you up to? What were you doing? What kind of development are you into? How goes it? It's going good. It's going good. It's not bad. We have some considerations that we need to make for snapping and snocketing. But thank you for the raid. Let me hit you with the shout out. Need to remember to do that. Imaginary villain. I'll have to check your stream out. Yeah, tell me what you were doing, how your stream was going. Let me show off my game a little bit. Welcome everyone that was in Imaginary Villain's stream. I am working on not that map. I am working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite is what I'm going for. Why is the test dynamic mesh here? I don't care. I don't care about that. We're just gonna play. 3D Metroidvania, that sounds awesome. It's going great until I realized I had streamed 10 hours. Yeah, that's a doozy, my dude. That is a doozy. So here is my procedural terrain system. Yeah, this is kind of like the pride and joy. Pride and joy. So all procedurally generated at runtime, seeded, you know, like Minecraft, like Valheim. In Unreal Engine, we've got kind of 3 different compute shaders that do this process. Got a height map generator, a 3D noise generator, and then a marching cube shader that kind of connects them together. Creates some interesting results. But yeah, we're gonna have a RPG, thinking something like WoW, different classes, lots of talents, lots of abilities to choose from. I'm thinking Colony Sim, something like RimWorld is one of my favorite games, so that's a big inspiration. And then a roguelite, I'm thinking something like Hades. Haven't done any roguelite things yet, But here's the world. We want it on a entirely procedural world, so every playthrough is different, right? This is the world map. Each one of these is a different zone with different terrain noise, different biome, different story. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Helm Vector. Thank you. Welcome in. And so I'm going to do some LLM things as well. I'm quite excited that it generates caves too. Yeah, the caves were a huge breakthrough for me, honestly. That was, you know, it's one thing to do a procedural height map terrain, like, you know, that has its own challenges and it can look pretty cool. But when you do the 3D noise, that really just, that fucking takes it up to the next level. And in the future, I will be getting like, we'll be doing like ore down here and spawning monsters and stuff like that. So it actually, you know, gives you a reason to go down in here. We can check out a different seed though. Let's check out a different seed. This is 117. We'll just go up to 118. 118. You go. Nice dense lush forest here. There might be a mountain right there. Yeah, there might be a mountain right there. Oh god. Oh god. It's failing. Okay, there we go. We've recovered. Yeah, you can see the different colors on the map were different zones. And games like Minecraft or like Valheim, they just kind of like seamlessly blend between zones. And I wanted to, I'm more inspired by World of Warcraft, where each zone is kind of like this contained, like distinct zone that's very different from its surrounding zones. And that's what these like border mountains are for. So if you notice, if I zoom out here, there's a mountain range going right here, and you can see how it changes from one to the other there. And so that should relate, let's face north here, that should relate to, yeah, so that'll be this, let me zoom in a little bit here. Each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. So this, I'm right against the southern border here. And so right behind me, I'm right there. So right behind me is this line of mountains. And the white dots here are terrain entrance, or what do I call them? Zone entrance chunks. So that'll be where a break in the mountains are. And that's how you can get from zone to zone. And again, it's all randomly generated, so there may not actually be a way. Like, every zone has some of these entrances, but they could create like a ring of like, or like a dependency chain kind of thing where, you know, you can't get in. And so that's up to the player to figure out how to get through. It is destructible terrain, so you could dig through. You could have all your colonists go dig a tunnel through to the other zone if you need to get there. You could build stairs up and down or something, some sort of infrastructure to get through. Or we'll see if this zone has any. Or sometimes the 3D noise can poke through the mountains. Although I don't see any here. Yeah, but sometimes you can find a tunnel going through. This one almost does. This one almost does. And there should be, I think there's a big mountain over here. So I'm gonna go over here and get that generated. We still need to do a little bit of extra work here. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, big tall mountain there. Big tall mountain in that zone. So that's a zone. What zone is that? That is Stormhaven Citadel, which is supposed to be a desert. I only have 2 biomes right now. Bro, look at that. There's a giant ass fucking hole that goes straight through it. Oh, the rest of the terrain just isn't generated yet. That would be cool though. I want to have dwarves. Okay, it finally got generated there. Almost fully generated. I want to have dwarves, and I think it would be so cool to have like a procedural iron forge like built into this. Like that would be fucking sick. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. But yeah, this is just this. There's a zone here with very high altitude. The lightness and darkness of each pixel on here relates to the altitude of the chunk, and so you can see like the brightest ones are here. You know, down here towards the ocean, those are going to be lower on the ground, so they'll be swampier noises. And then these are going to be like the high altitude ones here in the center, just based on how this world generated. Definitely a very impressive generator. Thank you. Thank you. We still have, there's so much more that I want to do with this. And I'm not super happy with the noodle caves because they make really circular caves, which I don't like. But I do like how they connect to the globular caves. And the lighting's, you know, lighting's all fucked up in here. Should be super dark. But yeah, I need to come up with some new terrain noises, more biomes. We're gonna start spawning NPCs here pretty soon. I have my own ECS system that I built to spawn like tons, thousands of entities and have colonies running all over the world. And I want them to be online at all times, right? Not just when the player is around. No sphere of influence things here. Noodle caves can be mined for Italian food. Yes, nice al dente. They are very undercooked noodle caves at the moment. Some of them are pretty cool. What I ended up having to do is you can take the noise and do like, you can either square it or you can do like an absolute value on it, and it'll give you like rings where they're not filled in. And if you intersect that with another set of that noise, it'll slice up the rings to where they create like, for the most part, little noodles. And then what I did was I ended up stretching that noise on the X and Y axes so that they became more walkable for like entities and stuff like that. So there's the nav mesh. And you can see I don't even have chunks rendered over here. They're not even generated. There's no mesh there. And that's because I've taken the triangle and vertex data, essentially that data, and I just save that data and I store it in a spatial data structure bounding volume hierarchy. And then I can like efficiently do like collision traces against it, right? And so I've written some of my own PCG nodes to place all the stuff there, even when there's no terrain there. And then that's how I'm going to allow these entities to move around in the world without actually being online, without there actually being terrain there, and that way I can save on memory. And that way I can actually get the whole world running. Because I really want the world to be alive. I want your colonies to get attacked when you're not there, you know. If you send some guys out to chop wood, I want them to have to run over there and chop the fucking wood, you know. And if there's wolves in that forest, I want them to get attacked by the wolves, potentially. So that's what we're going for. We're working on the building system today. We're kind of going back and fixing all the old systems that I wrote a long time ago, because we're finally kind of tying it all together. What else do I have? I have some dynamic tree chopping too, which will be fun, I think. So these are all static meshes, these trees. But when I hit them, they turn into dynamic mesh components. You can see that the shader took a second to update there, but yeah, that chopped right where my axe was. And you know, pending a better animation for tree chopping, I think this will be really fun. And of course, I'm definitely gonna take a page out of Valheim's book and have some tree dominoes, and you know, they'll deal damage if they fall on you or fall on your colonists, you know. There we go, we chopped through that one, and I got some extra wood. I got 8 wood there. Patented indie physics right there. Lighting's all messed up, of course. Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to have like axe stats and tree health, you know, so like depending on how good of an axe you have will determine how far you can chop through and how much, you know, damage it deals to the tree, and the tree might fight back. Maybe I'll have some tree spirits that fight back. You know, some Lorax quest line. I also have I have LLM generated quests as well, kind of just a proof of concept at the moment, but I effectively dump my entire item database into a prompt, and then I send that to the Gemini API because it's got like the million context window, and I'm like, hey, generate a quest and give it back to me in this JSON format, and it does actually a pretty fucking good job of that. And I created this JSON structure with like different quest actions, and it can take any class from my database and like spawn it at a location and stuff. It's not very good at finding locations for it, but it is good at picking what to spawn. So we'll need to do some more work there, but it's pretty cool that you can just go up and right now it's just a button you click that says generate quest, but that generates a quest and actually spawns the things that you need, right? And I just kind of encoded different actions that I need to do way more in the system. All I can really do is just spawn some like wolves or bandits. That's basically it. But eventually it'll be like, you know, some fetch quests, some, you know, some item collection quests, go kill this guy quest, you know, it'll spawn, you know, maybe the LLM will decide to spawn a villain in the world somewhere, you know. And what I'm trying to do, my overall vision is to bring intention into procedural generation. what a lot of, and by the way, you've been streaming for 10.5 hours. Please do not feel obligated to stick around. Go take a fucking break, my dude. Go take a break. I'm gonna hit you with a follow too. I need to check out 3D Metroidvania. Sounds fun. 3D Metroidvania sounds fun, and I definitely want to return the raid favor someday as well. But yeah, I want to bring intention into procedural generation, and that's part of why I made the zones like I did. I actually generate this map first, and then each one of these, you can see at the top, the noise is like, this is sharp mountains, this is test noise, ignore that. This is gently rolling hills noise, sharp mountains again. I think I only have like 4 different noises. Swampy, this is a swampy one. Swampy again. Giant hills and lakes. Swampy, yeah. So I basically, you know, I generate this map. It's a Voronoi algorithm. So it just creates a bunch of cells, and then I go through and I pick one of these colors to assign to each cell. And so like a big zone like this green one is actually many cells that just happen to get assigned the same color. And so that all just created a zone. And like I said, every pixel in this map is a terrain chunk. So I just kind of like query this texture that I've generated at runtime and say, hey, what's my status as a terrain chunk? You can see the terrain chunk chord up there at the top. It's got an altitude value, which is the amount of white and black in it. It's got a color, which relates to a biome. Right now I only have 2. I have meadows and forest right now. I will have swampy, mountains, and desert. It's got area, it's got neighbors, it's got entrances, which terrain noise it has. And what I want to do with these zones is tell a story using these LLMs and stuff. But part of the challenge there, particularly in reference to how these other really popular procedurally generated games work, like those are all very like, you know, create an uber noise function. I'm stealing that term from Sean Murray of Hello Games at No Man's Sky, who did a great presentation on his noise generation function for No Man's Sky. But they kind of like, they just like same, and the same goes for Minecraft. They have this noise function that they just provide inputs to, and it gives them outputs, and then they just generate whatever that generates, right? And that allows, that's really nice, but to me that lacks intention, and that would be very difficult to tell a specific story, to give information to an LLM or an AI in a way that it can actually be grounded into the world and understand where it is in reference to everything, right? Now that I have these zones, I have some LLM generated names here too. This is a forest, and the names aren't super great, but this is called the Whispering Cave of Echoes. That's the zone name. Like, imagine what kind of fucking quests you can do there. That would be awesome. The zone I spawned in was called the Third Circle of Hell. This desert is called Stormhaven Citadel. This mountain is called the Enchanted Mire. They don't exactly match up, but eventually I'll have like a bunch of tags and attributes and stuff to feed into the LLM so that it can give it a good name. And with that name, start generating stories and stuff like that. And usually with these like uber noise functions, like, you know, Minecraft, it may have a biome that is a desert biome. It may have a biome that's a mountain biome. It may have a biome that there's a forest. But like, let's say a forest called the Whispering Cave, right? Doesn't exactly match up. But imagine like you're in this forest, or you're in a zone, right? These all happen to be forests, but like how would an LLM reference that there's a giant fucking mountain right here, you know, unless it was intentionally placed, and you know that there's a mountain there that you can feed into it, that you can say, hey, I happen to know that there is a zone that neighbors this one, and I've built the data this way. There's a neighboring zone. I know what the neighboring zone's terrain data is. I know what the noise it was generated with. I blended all the different noises together so they connect. Weighted average blend, which is actually quite difficult to fucking do. But now I can give any quest generated from, you know, this zone over here. I can say, hey, your neighbor zones, there's also a giant mountain, right? Like you're kind of in the shadow of a giant mountain. And so we can use that to give more intention to the quests and stuff, ground it more into the world. Let me catch up on chats here. I'm interested. I'm tired. So I'm sort of lingering as long as I can to see what you got going. I can't promise I'll make it. That's okay. Take whatever break you need to, my dude. Yeah, I have spent a lot of time on procedural and random generation, so if there's any questions you have, I'm sure I can at least point you in the right direction. Does the LLM run locally, so you can play the game offline, or is it cloud-based? Yeah, I mean, that's all like super up in the air right now. Right now, it's just, I'm just hitting an API. It's just super proof of concept right now. I do intend to check out what the local models are capable of doing. And I'm kind of kicking that can down the road as far as possible because I know they'll get better and better. And, you know, what I would like to see was like an option for both, you know? If you want to put an API key into the game and pay for, you know, like the good model, and maybe you can even decide, maybe I'll have it built into where you can decide which model and which API you want to hit to generate the quests and stuff, or you can use like one of the local ones. I do intend for like, probably the local ones will be good for just like banter between colonists and stuff like that, you know? So I think that'll be good there. And, yeah, I hope to have both. I hope to have both, but we'll see what the costs are, and we'll see how good they are by the time this releases in 5 to 10 years. So how do you identify the zones then? Are you using cells? Yeah, so like these are built from Voronoi cells. So I first just generate a map of Voronoi cells, iterate through each cell, pick a color for each one, and then that kind of connects them in these interesting shapes, create some like pretty cool ones, and then all the ones that are the same color, that gets turned into a zone. I have to iterate through every single pixel in this map and kind of build out all the zone data. And then as for like what happens in each zone, like I think what I want to actually change, because right now it's just one terrain noise, one biome in a zone. But I think I want to create like little areas, like in let me search for like some vanilla WoW maps or something. And I click through, is there an interactive map that I want to click through? Go away. Alimdor. Can I interact with this map? Oh god, it's frozen. Blasted Lands. Okay, I mean, here's a good example. So in this zone, there's actually, this is one zone, but it's actually kind of two different ones, right? Like there's two different things going on here. There's this tainted scar that's like a completely different material here. You can tell there, you know, something happened here. I forget what the lore happened here. The dark portal is here. It's a giant crater. You know, there's a path. There's a couple different points of interest here, but it's not all just one noise, right? And so what I want to do is like procedurally place these points of interest and kind of register them with the zone, store that data in the zone, right? And then have some like differing terrain noises such that I can say what this is to the LLM. I can say, hey, what's in the zone, right? If you're at Netherguard Keep, you know the dark portal is south of you. How, if this was all just a part of an Uber noise function, you would have to kind of work backwards, which I guess I'm actually the one working backwards here. You would have to like figure out, you'd have to query the landscape and figure out like after the fact, after it all generates, right? But this is a pretty good example of the kind of vibe I'm going for. Badlands, that's kind of all the same noise-ish, you know. Go Kalimdor, Ashara. Let's actually do Ashenvale is probably a good example, right? There's like a lake over here. You know, there's all sorts of different noise. There's a, you know, like I want to be able to encode this in a way that it can be referenced and grounded in the world, right? Like I want the colonists to know, hey, go to the forest. I want them to know where that forest is. Always been interested in trying out AI stuff for games. Yeah, I'm surprised we're not seeing more of it. I guess the Darth Vader thing was like kind of the first of it. I thought it would be out by now. There would be some stuff out by now, especially for like and just text-based interaction. I would feel like that's pretty low-hanging fruit, but maybe not. Yeah, I think it's a good use of LMs that I want to do also, adding extra fluff, extra detail, and uniqueness in NPC interactions. Yeah, 100%. And now I'm figuring out we're creating similar things. Are you just talking about like the LLM part of it or the procedural generation part of it as well? But yeah, doing procedural POIs and stuff is kind of the next step for the terrain system. I do need to fix some of the building things. Doing procedural POIs. What did I just do? The next step for. Go away. Gross. My own voice. Procedural stuff with WoW inspiration. Hell yeah. I love that. You'll have to, when you got something to show off, you'll have to let me know. I would love to check it out. But like, with how my stuff is generated right now, like the caves are all just like fucking random, right? Like, how would I tell? Like, if there was a colony that got randomly spawned right here, how would I tell the LLM that there's a cave there? If I did not intentionally place it there with RNG. Right? That's the kind of thing that I'm trying to capture. And I think I probably will still have some like purely random caves, like maybe just super deep down. But like there's not going to be a very good way to like define this area as a cave after the fact. I've been thinking about there's probably some algorithm you can do, like some sort of like flood fill algorithm or something where you can kind of, or maybe even while I'm doing marching cubes, I can define, hey, this is a cave, right? But it's like, how would I take this big glob and separate it from like, I don't know, this one over here, because it's connected, right? It's all one cave system. But maybe I would want to give them different names, like the cave of blah, 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 you know? You know, Talon Deep Cave is, I think, one in Stone Talon Mountains or something. And so if I intentionally spawn caves, then I can give them names, I can give them an area, just as a part of the spawning process, and it'll be a lot easier. I think it's because companies don't have control over the AI. It's a weird gray area right now. Like, who's to blame if the AI is randomly saying hate crimes? Yeah, that's one aspect of it. And two, I think another thing is like, I think gamers, or like just the gaming industry, is quite anti-AI as opposed to other industries. Like very anti-AI art and AI assets, which I would be as well. I don't have a problem with AI generated text or even maybe AI generated voice, as long as it wasn't like stolen, you know? So, and I think you're right in that like the big double A, AAA companies don't want to take the leap into seeing if that works, seeing if it gets accepted. So I do think it's going to take indie to pave the way. And then once, you know, there's going to be an indie game that comes out that's successful doing it. And then it's just the floodgates are open at that point, right? Floodgates are open. And I don't know. I think people are understanding enough. Like, as long as you're not using like fucking Grok, like, I think people are going to be understanding enough of like, yeah, the AI goes off the rails sometimes, you know, like it happens. Yeah, I don't see the text, like AI generated text, as being like, I don't see that as being stolen at all, ever, really. You know, kind of just, it's too, there's too much of it out there for it to be like stolen, you know? But yeah, AI art and assets, I can definitely, nor would I want AI assets in my game. That would probably just look fucking terrible. But yeah, I would like for like a cave like this to be like intentionally generated. If there's a colony that spawns or pops up in this zone, I want them to be able to tell that there's a cave over here and just be like, you know, maybe. And then in the cave, I can pick some mobs that spawn in the cave, you know, like some goblins, you know, it's a goblin cave. And then, you know, the story then becomes, hey, we need help. The goblins are raiding us from that cave over there. Can you help us, right? That's the kind of thing I want to go for. And so that's how I'm going to hopefully try and innovate on procedural generated stuff. You know, survival-y type game. I don't necessarily want to be like pure survival game, more like survival light maybe. Hoping on getting more RPG than survival into it, but definitely some wiggle room there. That mountain looks sick. Yeah, dude. I love the. I have a few terrain noises that get affected by the altitude of the terrain chunks very, very highly. I have like a bunch of curves. Like I have an altitude offset curve, an altitude multiplier curve, and so the noise for this zone paired with the chunk altitude. The chunk altitude is 1, so that's the highest it can be. It just got the curve got applied to each vertex and just, you know, sent it through the roof. But yeah, I think it looks pretty cool. Maybe we can walk closer over there and get a little bit more generated. Welcome into Push Toy Sovereign. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. Okay, you know what? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. There's some more getting generated over there. And the lighting is weird because it's like the distance that the shadows render, I think, are shorter than the shadow that mountain is casting because it's so tall. Yeah, I think it would be really cool to have because I want different races too. Of course, that's like a fucking pipe dream at this point, but it's actually kind of a small zone. See, it already ends over here, but I would love to have a procedural dwarf colony spawned in here. Yeah, the lighting is no bueno. We did have lumen turned on, and that made it look sick. It made these caves like super dark and stuff like that, but it just tanked performance. And also the tree shadows were god awful. So I'm gonna need to like, I'm gonna have to do something to like turn on and off the dark shadows, you know? Maybe I'll have some volumes or something. I mean, if I have a volume, then I'm gonna have to write that flood fill algorithm to figure it out. I had dwarfs in my game a while back. It was by far my favorite race to play. I love dwarfs in games. Is this the game that you were working on when you were streaming way back when? Because I tuned in quite a few times. I believe it was like wasn't it like a medieval kind of extraction type game? If I'm not mistaken, like you spawned in and you could get out, or maybe it was a kind of a battle royale type game. I'm not sure. Is that the game you're talking about, or is this a different one? Walk over here. Yeah, it's that one. What happened to that game? Are you still working on it, or what's the status? If you don't mind me asking, of course. Feel free to ignore the question. It was a really long time ago before I pivoted to extraction style. No extraction dwarves? And you know, I think I love vanilla WoW dwarves the best. That's like my favorite video game representation of dwarves, I think. They're just so fucking dwarvy, you know what I mean? Even in Baldur's Gate 3, the dwarves in there are really just like short, thick humans, you know? Like they don't feel like dwarves to me. Still working on it in your free time? Okay. I got you. Definitely getting the dwarves back in. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. What other races are you going for, if any? What I hate when games... What is this? What is this? Okay, we gotta... I believe this is it's a straight crash. Creating the geometry. What kind of instances we got here? What are we trying to spawn here? Debris. Yeah, this is a pure crash. And of course, just nothing helpful here. Nothing helpful. It just has to initializing the physics bodies, I guess. I need to check out the async physics. That came in 5.6, right? Yeah, we'll just have to rebuild. Let's get back to the fixing the building system. We've done enough yapping. But I was saying, one thing I hate when games do is that they have different races, but they're really just like humans that are a different color. STD Atomic. I know, dude. When you get into the camel cased shit, you know, turn back now. Turn back now. Okay, yeah, we were rewriting this, right. So yeah, all these need to not be const anymore. I could like const cast. Not raw C++, that scares me. Yeah, me too. Me too. God, these are just all non-const now. Are we good? No. Oh my God, this is all. Should I const cast? Don't be afraid. Speak friend and enter. Maybe I should just const cast this shit, man. Okay, trust me. It's const. Kind of want to. It's always spooky doing that, but I guess I need to like auto, we'll just say auto non-const this equals yeah baby. Okay, there it is. Hell yeah. Yeah, when games do the thing where it's just like, oh yeah, we have 17 races to choose from, but it's really just like, it's like a combination. It's like human with pointy ears, blue human, red human with horns, short human, halfling, short human, dwarf human. But I get that it's really hard to const casting feels so dirty. I know. I have a log in here that says like this feels spooky. Yeah. Here's another non-const cast. This is spooky. I probably should not be doing this. Yeah, I understand it's hard to make like really unique races, but I think that's where like vanilla WoW, like all the races in vanilla WoW feel very different. They're different models, probably different rigs, they have different animations. A night elf is not just a human with pointy ears. That's blue or purple, An orc is not just a green human, a muscly green human. That's why I love the vanilla WoW dwarves so much. They just feel so fucking dwarvy. They're so stout and hardy. They all have fucking Scottish accents. Wash your back, For those who haven't played WoW, they have a voice line and they say "watch your back," but it's with their accent. It sounds like he's telling you to like wash your back. We're building navigation for some reason. Okay, done. All right, let's see where we're at with the building stuff. Hello, sir. Very rude of him. Okay. Vanilla WoW made male dwarves get stuck on everything. They have wide hitboxes. Do they? I have played a lot of dwarves in WoW. I don't remember. I thought Taurens were always the worst to me. They would get stuck on like buildings when you were mounted and stuff. But that's the kind of cool part though, is that they have different hitboxes. Okay, yeah, this socket is not good. The rotation is not correct now. It should be, this should be, doesn't have support now. There she is. Come here. Here, puppy dog. Here's the fluffer. Hi. Hello. Hello. You're a little stinky. you're a little stinky. Farting. I think she's been farting. Okay, but this doesn't have support, and it should. And that's what I thought I was going to fix. I thought I was going to fix that. Also, the placement just is all wrong. Let's figure out support first, though, because that's what I was doing before. Okay, so that would be, yeah, here. So what I need to see is this is going to get called recursively. This is the first one. Overlapping buildings is the foundation. Okay, so this one is actually getting the overlap on the foundation. It's not socketed to the foundation though, so that shouldn't matter. It should be connected to the wall. But now we're on here. Now we're on the recursed one, the next level of recursion, where it's just connected to the wall. Let me go back here. Socketed building connected to support. So this is being called on. This is building wall 1 and this is building wall 2. So we start with 2. Yeah. Okay. Building wall. Why is building wall 1 not getting an overlap from the foundation? Riddle me that, Tim Sweeney. Riddle me that. Where, because the first one was, for sure. We saw that. Let me make sure I know which wall is which here. Yeah, you are wall 1. You are wall 2. Just as I suspected. Okay. Just as I suspected. So this is wall 2. Yeah, this is correct. So why does wall 2 overlap foundation, but wall 1 doesn't? Wall 1 is literally right on fucking top. Right on fucking top. And now we're on wall 1. Overlapping buildings. Oh, you know what I think it is? They're set to blocking, aren't they? That's fucking why. Oh, that's so annoying. Yeah, static mesh, yeah. Excuse me. Okay. I guess I should always set building to overlap. That feels weird. Feels weird to do that, but I assume if one of these is overlap, then yeah, there we go. Oh shit, I clicked stop. That's not what I meant to click. Okay, set collision. Yeah, collision response to all channels. I guess we're just gonna set this to specifically to overlap. Okay, but that should be invalid at some point here. God, it's like a fucking Christmas tree. But once they're built, that should be the same as well now too. You're not, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, but that one does not have support because it's too far away from something that provides foundational support. Okay, let's make sure that can still be placed. Wonderful. 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 I'm trapped in a glass case of emotions. Now what should happen is when I destroy this, it should destroy everything. So, let me write that down. Destroy does not destroy supported buildings. Okay. Okay, so that fixed that issue. Now, the next issue we have... Next, please. Is the slot. So I guess it technically is going to the right slot. I think the rotation is just wrong. Let me check ramp real quick. What's your... Yeah, that's not right. You're also... That's overlapping. Like, what? That's not valid. That is not valid placement. Yeah, I guess this is because it's socketed to that. That socket should not be... That socket should not be... Oh, it is. Okay. You should be connecting to the other one. And that should be invalid. I wonder... Okay, so maybe let's take out... Yeah, I think I just need to take out the socket logic for whether or not it's socketed. Which was what? Has invalid collision. Yeah, let's take that out. Okay. There we go. Now that's looking right. God, dude, I fucking hate the ramp. I don't know why. The ramp is, that should be, it's like checking 3 different places. Okay. That works there, though. There we go. That's... Weird that it keeps trying to go there. It should not. This one should also... That should be valid. I guess it's overlapping the foundation too much. Yeah, I need to fix the rotation when there are no valid sockets to go into. Like, I can't rotate it. Don't know why either. I should be setting it to the original transform if there are no sockets. There are no applicable sockets. Let me try the yeah, this is just hard to use too. It just sets the location, yeah. Wow, now this doesn't work. Can't place the bed. Fuck, dude. Oh my god, I broke everything. Is it because the feetsies? Jamie, pull up feetsies. No, I mean, they're like right on the fucking ground. So, I mean, I guess that's overlapping the fucking terrain. Yeah, let's put this back to having the filter on it. I think that's probably the issue there. Because yeah, now there's a ton of well, I guess that would have returned false, right? Suppose that would have returned false there. So what is the issue? What? How is it? What is overlapping here? The bed is... Oh, I know what it is. It's the fucking ownership collision or whatever. I need to do static mesh component. Get overlapping actors. Let's just keep it actors for now. We'll update that. Let's just see what that does. Connected buildings is 1. Itself. It's returning itself. Midnight Moonlight Games. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Working on fixing a building system here for our RPG Colony Sim Roguelite procedural terrain game. So I guess I need to in connected buildings. Overlapping actors. Yeah, let's go ahead and just change this to the components one. Get overlapping components. We want static mesh component. Overlapping components. Actually, no, yeah, we do. Does it have a, it doesn't have a filter on it. Okay, so we gotta get rid of that. And it's a U primitive component. Okay, so now we gotta do kind of our own. I'm just gonna edit this in place. If overlapping buildings I equals this equals static mesh, or no, it should be, let's do this. First of all, auto component equals that. If we don't have a component, it's for some fucking reason invalid, which it should never be. Just continue, or rather, I guess we need to remove and continue. So let's do this. Component. Move that up there. Okay, if components. Loki Asgard. Welcome. That name's funny. That's a funny name. Garter of asses. It's the Asgarder. Do you do full stack development? For my day job, yes. Okay, so if components, I'll say get owner is what we want. Get owner equals this. If it doesn't equal this, I guess we're just gonna have a bunch of conditions here. We're just going to, if we get to the end of this, I++. We get to if there is a component, or rather, you know what? I don't like that I'm editing this inline. That's actually going to make it overlapping components. The array changes to actor. Overlapping buildings for each in overlapping components. Yes. If overlapping components and overlapping component is not equal to this, add it to the overlapping buildings. What are you doing? I am working on a video game. Building a video game. And we're working on fixing my building system, making a lot of changes to it. It's a system I wrote like over a year ago. I'm kind of going back to it and tying things up, or attempting to at least. Let's do this as well. Building object, actor, and let's actually add that there. That way we have the casted version of them. Connected buildings. You are living my dream. Oh yeah, you like, is your dream to stream video games on the side? Stream making video games on the side? If it is, without getting paid for free. That's the part I laughed at, is because it's not like this is my job or anything. If it was my job, I would totally understand. You can do this too. You can learn how to make video games. Okay, is there any other... I guess this is where I could... I think this is fine. This is fine. Let's get rid of some of this extra shit now. Don't need that. Or any of that, honestly. My dream is making a video game. Go do it! Go do it. You can. It's my dream too. My dream too. I would like to do it all the time though, and not just in my free time. Okay. That breakpoint, we can skip that. Connected buildings, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah, it was returning itself. It was returning itself. Okay, so we're gonna rebuild. Hopefully the bed now can be fucking placed. I may need to go grab a quick bite here in a moment. I'm getting hungry, but I want to continue. Let's grab a drinky boy. What do we do? What is this? God, the room detector. Dude, this doesn't even work. Why did I keep this code? Okay. We are built. We are back. Let's test. Okay, test level. Run the test level. Okay, let's see if we can place a goddamn bed now. We can. Wonderful. Okay. Oh my god, now the foundation doesn't work. What is the foundation overlapping? Let's let the navigation build there for a second. Okay. Back to the building, object, actor. I will want a breakpoint there. Navigation, cancel the navigate. Build paths. Can you just get it done and so we can stop building the navigation every time we load the game? Thank you. Oh, now it works. But when there was a bed, it didn't. Oh, right. It was the... Yeah, I need to do an additional check. I forgot to add that in. Forgot to add that in. We'll say building mesh equals... Yeah, cast it to a static mesh. If building mesh... What language and tools are you using? My IDE is Writer. This is Unreal Engine. And so that would be C++. But it's Unreal Engine's version of C++. Building mesh, building actor. Okay, so now we're only checking for the static meshes. There we go. Now it works. Perfect. Some slight overlap allowed there. Yeah, it gets all fucksy-wucksy there too, though. Yeah, we need to fix that. Where it gets all... Where it doesn't know where to go. Okay. Walls, walls to the window, the wall. The sweat drips from my balls. My CLG didn't teach C++ of your level. Not sure what you mean, but I think you mean your school. And I'll say school didn't teach me C++ either. I learned it on my own, and so can you. I did not know anything about C++ before I started in Unreal Engine. God, this one doesn't work. The stairs don't work anymore. I need to fix that. I should be able to... rotate that. I can rotate it like that. Weird. But not when it's like snapped. Okay. Ramp looking good. But ramp probably still... Oh, ramp works now. Ramp can stack on itself now. Okay. Watching this How dare you? Does it seem like I'm struggling? I'm kidding. Watching the struggle is making me appreciate the complexity of a building system. Yeah, it's making me appreciate it too. Like, there's so many little, like, caveats and stuff. It's like a good building system is hard to make, I think. Like one that works well, does what the player probably wants it to do. You know, now like all the little things in building systems in other games where it's like, oh, just do that better. It's like, okay, I get it, yeah. There is so much subtlety. There is. The snapping and snocketing. Okay, now we've got, these are all facing the right way now. We can still rotate, although that should, I feel like that should be able to be placed. It's overlapping too much though. Just due to how it's placed though. Oh, I accidentally deleted that from underneath me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that. And then roofs are gonna be a shit show. Show me roof. Jamie, pull up roof. Yeah, can't do it, can it? Overlapping, yeah. Yeah, that's quite a bit of overlap. Fuck. Ah, feck. What are your thoughts on C#? I need to learn it for my internship project. C# is fine. Nothing wrong with C#. Better Java, some say. I haven't done too much work in it myself. Only a little bit. Okay, so how am I gonna solve this shit? Okay, so problem is I want this to overlap a little bit. I want this to overlap a little bit. I guess some things may just need custom collision. Hi, Bronze. Hello there. Welcome back to the struggle, apparently. Welcome back. I'm trying to think of what I want to do here. Is this even placeable on the landscape? No, it's not. No, it's not. I guess some things are just going to... Oh, Jesus Christ. Some things are just going to need custom build collision on it, I guess. Let me check out triangle foundations. Yeah, those are just all... The rotations are wrong. Yeah, I really need it to rotate when there's I can't find the right thing. Okay. What do we need to do? I keep trying to like get away with not having to manually do things. Like having manual build collision for each thing. I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to get around that. Not sure I'm going to be able to get around that. I guess I could have like a system that says something like socket is okay. or socket like I don't give a shit about the overlap in this socket. Doesn't matter what rotation it is. If it's in this socket, it's fine. That is a way for me to be able to not have to do manual build collision for the roofs or the things that I do want overlapped when they're socketed. But I guess that kind of makes it inconsistent, right? If you're doing like the free build without snapping. Although if you're going to be placing roofs, like come on now, you probably want the free build, come on, or the snapping. Let me take a quick peek here. Ah, this is why. I think. What a great song. No? Still no? Still no. Okay. Never mind. That is not the answer. I feel like it should have. Did I run compile on that? I feel like I. Oh, that's just because I deleted it. Never mind. I wonder if we're getting here. Is that why? Last attach point. Well, we should be hitting this every time. But then this returns null pointer, I believe, yeah. So if it returns null pointer, I feel like we should do this all the time. Just use AI. If only it were that easy. Only it were that easy. Okay, is that the answer? There we go. There we go. There it is. That just happened to snap into the right location. I feel like that should be legal. Okay. Okay. All right, so that's working better now. That's good. Okay, so back to the issue of, let me test out bed here real quick. All right, can you let me in here? There we go, jeez. Jeez. I guess okay, it's just overlapping the wall there. Okay. Okay. Bed's fine. Bed is fine. Yeah, I guess the easy way out would be to just create a. I mean, I would still have to manually do it on the sockets, which I don't want. I think the best way is to just create manual build collision for certain things. It's fairly automatic now for most things. That only allow a certain just percentage base of overlap. And then I do have like ignored overlap building types, because I do want, like, if you guys have played Valheim, they have like the pillars that you can place, and I did like that. I thought it made it look cool, but they're kind of like little corner pieces, right? So this corner is like, you can see how it's offset, and there's really no good way. It's gotta overlap somehow, or else or else they're not the same size. And so I think having the pillar things, the beams, was a really nice way to like tie it together. Little corner pieces and stuff, little decorative corner pieces, that kind of thing. So those would definitely just be set to ignore walls and ceilings, probably. Probably ignore a lot of things, actually. But for the roofs, they're going to overlap both things. Now, if I shrank both by 5%, I think it would actually be okay. Which is why I really wish I could get like some metric for like how much overlap there is, like percentage of overlap or something. Because I'm pretty sure, imagining the red part as 5% shrank, and this wall as 5% shrank, I imagine that would maybe work. I would imagine that would work. Intervision, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Trying to nail down some of this building system stuff here. I need a door. I need to update the right wall. You are still set to inherit input rotation. Should be snap to snocket. That is what the left walls is, right? Yes. Okay. Oh yes, I have to build this first. Oh, the build the build ability is on the global cooldown. I just realized. That should be an easy fix. Oh, the build. God, why am I somehow unmuting that? Shut up. Shut up, my drone. Construct building. Are you on the GCD, my dude? You are. Yeah, you don't need to be. You do not need to be. Okay, that worked. Okay. You can destroy now. Okay. Nice cozy bed. Let's actually bust that wall out. Bust it out. Window. Oh my goodness. A cute little table. I need to fix the camera in these tight spaces too. Yeah, the chair is a little blinky. Here we go. I forget. I guess this one's broken too. Okay. Here's the house so far. The roofs are just missing. We're missing the roofs. It'll be just a cute, quaint little house. Why is your snapping so bad? Do I have it set to inherit too? Am I close to the left? Yeah. Open roof. Wall socket is relative to hit normal. Which would be, I guess, why the... Yeah, that's why it's weird. Yeah, the relative to hit normal needs work. Because right now to get these placed right, I have to look that way. I'm still just so resistant to doing the manual build collision for that. You can have... like a rotation on here, right? Okay, this is now a child of the wall socket, which is not what I wanted. Okay, can't rename either. $45. How could I? Is it not 45 degrees? What fucking angle is this thing at? Oh no, that's so annoying. Oh my god, it's not a perfect 45 degrees. That is the most infuriating thing. Can I get some extra dummy thick lines here? Thank you. Oh god, it doesn't update? What the heck? Do you see why I don't want to have to do this for everything? And I probably need some, I need a way to reference whether or not it has build collision or not, so maybe I need a specific class to search for. Or maybe just a tag, maybe tag. I think a tag works well here for this case. So if it has a build manual build collision, we should pay attention to that. Get overlapping, get connected buildings. Where is the invalid? Has invalid collision, there we go. Let's change this to building, so we don't have to cast there. Okay. Is there like a component by tag or something? Find component by tag. Nice, actually. What do you return though? Probably scene component. No, you return actor component. Does that? I wonder if that casts. I want a. It'll have to be primitive component. Yeah. Do you cast? No. We need to cast this to a primitive component. Component, we'll just call that fucking found component. Found component equals cast and type worth 8. Damn. Cast that to a primitive component. If we have one of those, if we have one of these so-called build collisions, we're gonna do that. Otherwise, else do this. Okay, and then I need to check if the build collision has overlapping components. Get overlapping actors. I'm checking it on the overlapping, actually. So this needs to be that, rather. I need to have the build collision on the current building, not the overlapping building. Build collision. Overlapping. Get overlapping actors. Actor. Is it actors here, or should I do the components thing? Should I actually just do... Should I just recall the same... Or can I do an is overlapping? Oh, is overlapping actor. Oh, nice. Okay, that's exactly what I need. Boom. Boom. Okay. If this building has manual build collision, use that to check for overlaps. Otherwise, use the static mesh collision. Otherwise, use the building mesh collision. I think I like that. I think I like that. We need to rebuild now, though. Okay, I'm gonna go grab a quick bite to eat. Quick little snacky snack. Maybe take the dogs out as well. We'll see. BRB, guys. Okay. Okay. Now, did that build collision work out? It kind of looks like shit. Okay, it's completely wrong. It's completely wrong. Just reset it. Where's the snapping? Okay. Get back to snapping. Maybe one more click. Boom. Maybe need one more than that. Oh yeah, that we're just not even in the right location here. It's hard to tell if this is fucking even or not, man. Yeah, give me the dummy thick lines. There we go. Thickums. And I guess let's just make this like thick like that at first. Yeah, that's not very much. Let's go one more click there. Maybe one more click inwards. And does that seem centered? No. Okay, now let's take it in. Okay, let's see how that works. Did that maintain the tag? Yeah. Oh my god, it's still overlapping. Okay. Pause. Can I visualize that? How can I see that at runtime? Probably not under collision. Rendering hidden in game. There we go. Yeah, okay, that's still... Fuck, that's still... I need to take that in quite a bit more, don't I? Oh, I can see it in game. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah, that's nice. That is so nice. One more, maybe? One more? Nice. Nice! Now, the rotation... Why doth that not work? Oh, yes, of course. I guess maybe one more click and that would be fine. Boom. Yeah, there we go. House. The house is housing. Now let's check how well this lines up to the other one. Wow, dude, I fucking nailed that, didn't I? Look at that. I totally guessed. I totally guessed at what it would need to be. Oh no, it's so slightly off. Never mind. I was gonna say that's kind of crazy that that worked. Oh, okay, that was wrong. Why are you... Why now? What are you overlapping? It's overlapping... Shit, it is overlapping the... roof. Okay. Get some of these built. I guess when I'm checking for other lapping buildings, I need to check if they have wait a second. Yeah, we're reaching here. Yeah, we're not checking the other component. We're only checking this component. Okay. Yeah, we need to check both. Okay. I guess I should just do this. Do that in one step. It's going to be this build collision. Copy that. Other. I get so confused because it's like I'm checking between two of the same actor within an actor class. I should maybe move this into its own like component so that it makes it more clear as to which actor is which, you know. Other build collision, this build collision. So if this build collision, then this build collision, well, I need to check if other build collision, and then we return whether it's overlapping the component. Otherwise, we return just if it's overlapping the actor. Although we should probably just do this, because this is what's going to happen anyway. The static mesh, other building mesh. If there is no other building mesh, yeah, if they're both false, return false. Yeah. Okay. Let's build collision. Otherwise, if we don't have build collision on this building, I don't know that I want this. I don't know that I want that logic. Don't know that I want the blocking the channels. Otherwise, let's just do static mesh is overlapping actor. Well, I guess we'll say if if other build collision, oh boy, if other build collision oh, I just lost my train of thought. If other build collision, then static mesh is overlapping component other build collision. And then I have other build mesh already as well. I guess I want a Boolean so I can log it here at the end, actually. D is invalid equals false. Else, and then in here, if we have other build collision, B is invalid equals that. Else, B is invalid is overlapping component other building mesh. Yes, okay. 4 different scenarios here. Wonderful. If is invalid, log it. At the very end, we'll just return invalid. Okay. Are we good here? You happy? B is invalid. What is this? Okay, it just doesn't want me. Okay, fine. It's so weird how it does that. Fine. Okay, let's rebuild. Then maybe we can place a wall under a roof. Wow. Whoa. Crazy. It's kind of crazy that the YouTube Shorts stream got seen by 534 people. That's wild. The horizontal stream on YouTube, 8 people. That's kind of wild. And then can I see that on, let me look at analytics on chat, or on Twitch. How can I see that on Twitch? For like a current stream? I can see like my current viewers. I want to see like total views, I suppose. Is that I know you get like the email afterwards. Stream summary. Oh, here we go. Unique viewers 129 on Twitch. Dude, the YouTube Shorts, man, they really fucking push that. They push that on the algo. And it is interesting, the people who end up watching it. They usually the comments coming from YouTube Shorts, like no one really knows what's going on. Because it's just like, you know, maybe they don't understand what video game development is or what it looks like or anything. And that's okay, nothing wrong with that. But it's just interesting the difference in the platforms. And maybe I should have something on the Shorts stream on the screen for as to like what is going on. I don't know if that would like retain more people or not, or I mean maybe it's good that people can ask for like engagement and stuff like that. Maybe that's good, or if they don't know what's going on, maybe they watch for a little bit longer and get into it a little bit more. I don't know. Not that I'm trying to like min-max YouTube Shorts or anything. Just trying to think about like what would be the best for those viewers. Because it does like, look at this graph. Hang on, let me see. Can I show this? Is there anything on here that I shouldn't show? No, I think this is fine. Like, look at this graph. Like, there were like, it's just like real hard at the beginning pushes the algorithm. Like the algorithm pushes it. And then you can see like, you know, it just stops after a while. Very, very interesting how much of a difference that could make in terms of like the ecosystem of the platform. What? Now that's overlapping. What? Wait, did that not persist the changes? Oh no. Where am I? Holy shit. Oh, maybe did it not do the runtime difference? Roof. Build collision. Where is rendering hidden in game? Build collision. Hidden in game. Okay, are we... I guess it just, at first it just checked if it was overlapping the actor. Oh boy, they're off slightly. They are not centered. And we, okay, yeah, I don't think it didn't take my updates. Also, why didn't that one? I feel like that one shouldn't have been able to be placed. Why was that one able to be placed? Oh, it's also saying this one. Is that one red? No, that's orange. Let me look at the logic I just wrote again. Okay, if... if we have a build collision component, use that. If the other building has build collision, we check for that. This build collision, other build collision. Otherwise, honestly, this would be a lot cleaner with a ternary, I think. Let's do, it would have to be you primitive component. Let's do this. Other build, other building. What would I call this? I'll just say component. There we go. Now this is gonna get a lot cleaner because then I can just do that. If building has manual build collision, use that to check for overlaps. Otherwise, use static mesh. And I'll just make sure that this one is valid too. Okay. Okay, this feels a bit cleaner. Not that this is going to fix any issue I have here. I just feel like that first roof should not have been able to be placed. Like that? That's overlapping, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, we're not even reaching this. Other build collision. Oh, it's null. Find component by class isn't returning. It's not returning the static mesh component. Why? It literally fucking has one. Let's just do the regular like get component by class. But all that does is call find component by class. This is a building, so I can just directly reference the static mesh, but that's weird that that is not returning the component. Why isn't it? Why are you not behaving properly? Yeah, it's fucking null. Oh, no, it's not. That one's null. Oh, okay. Do I need to do a more explicit check? Okay, I didn't realize that that would be necessary. That coerced it to a Boolean. Where's JavaScript when you need it? Just coerce away. Implicit convert away. To your heart's content, please. Other building component is null. If it's not equal to null, it is. What the fuck? A static mesh component is a primitive component, right? Yeah. Am I fucking crazy right now? Oh my god, I am. Yeah, I am. It's the wrong variable. Just straight up using the wrong variable. So it probably was coercing that to a Boolean properly. It was me. A user error, skill issue. User error, skill issue. I've only been streaming for a little under 4 hours now. My brain should be... I should have more, what am I trying to say? more mental elasticity, I suppose. Okay, it's still able to be placed. And I feel like it shouldn't with the current build collision. Okay, that is now properly the static mesh. There is a build collision on the roof. That is correct. This building component. Let's just make sure we're like in here. Yeah, we're in here. We are in here. Okay, so that is returning false for overlapping the static mesh. Is this another case of the overlap being turned off on there? Oh yeah, the collision channel. Yeah, I need to change the collision channel of the build collision here to overlap all dynamic. I fucking hate this right here. Do you guys see what this is? There's this built-in, these built-in defaults. One is overlap all dynamic, and it sets everything to overlap except for your custom ones that you've added, which is annoying. Well, it's not actually overlap all. I wish it would actually be overlap all. There we go. Now it's generating overlap events, which I suppose I need to make sure that is checked as well. It is. Okay, can character step up on? No. Although I really will set everything to ignore except for building. That's really the purpose here. Okay. Okay, so now we can adjust the roof properly. The roof. Roof or roof? What do you say? Or roof? No one says roof. Roof. A lot of roof in my neck of the woods, I'll say. Okay. Get slightly bigger so I can see it. Let's go boom, boom. 2 clicks maybe? 2 clicks? No, not enough. Well, if we make it smaller. Ooh, it's like barely. 1 more click. Oop, I don't know how many clicks that was. Okay. Okay, now the test. Yep, now we can actually put a wall under there. And we can put one there too. That's nice. That's nice. Let's make sure we can do it when there's a wall pre-placed there. Yay. What is that? What is that? Okay, so putting roofs next to each other. A little strange, and I think I get why that is. Whoops, sorry. Yeah, this needs to be there. Probably 150. 150. I love that I can edit this at runtime now. That's been making this so much better. I'm pretty sure that's new in 5.6. There we go. That one needs to. Okay. What's going on here? Hang on. Let me make sure. Huh. Okay. One on the other side. Yeah, the other sides doesn't work. Okay. That one's just arrow. This one is for roof, snap to socket, rotation. This one is also roof, snap to socket, rotation. Okay, so why doesn't why doth that not work? Why doth that not? Yeah, I'm not roof. Okay, I'm not seeing nothing is standing out as to why that's not snapping properly on the other side. This is looking great. One side's looking great. It's also it should be over that should not be a valid placement. That should not be valid placement. I think maybe the same thing is happening to the walls too. The window to the wall. No? Windows wall is working properly. God, these roofs are a son of a bitch. If I may. Okay. This building, roof 8. Thank you for the follow. Master Chief, the Master Chief. Holy shit. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. It was the if I may that did it, wasn't it? Okay, this building, roof C8. That building, roof C5. Other build collision is the build collision. Other build mesh, other build component is the build collision. Okay. This building component, they should both be build collisions. Oh, you know what it is? Oh, fucking hell. Their object type is not set. Afternoon. Good afternoon. And to you, Sir Chief. Where the fuck was it here? Collision, your object type, building. There we go. There we go. Now it's improper. Oh my goodness, collision channels. Okay, now it's snapping properly. Nice. Oh boy. Oh, it's coming together. Okay. Okay. Door. Window. There's. Nice. Okay. Get this porch set up here. What are you programming it? This is Unreal Engine, so it'll be C++. Okay. Kind of hard to, uh-oh, what am I, okay, I just built that. Yeah, that, see, this is a little awkward. Like, I don't want the camera to, like, get blocked. But, at the same time, I wanna, like, look through it. Not blueprints, a little bit of blueprints. Okay, what are we overlapping here? Okay, we are overlapping the roof now. Holy shit, these roofs, man. These fucking roofs. Are you still visualizing? Am I still have that turned on? Okay, are you overlapping? Okay. Oh boy. Okay, one more fucking time. This is why we're here. This is why we're here. And why are none of my hotkeys working? Hello? There we go. Oh my god, is this like a fucking... Is that still... Do I just need to like replace this? Nope, still bad. Used to be a programmer back in the Stone Age. Dude, that's fucking wild. How are you? You were programming on like stone slates and shit? That's fucking wild. That must have taken a long time to debug. Like a lifetime. C++ hard to learn? It's definitely not on the list of easy to learn languages. Unreal Engine C++ is quite a bit different from regular C++ though, because they have a whole reflection system built on top of it. And that's how it interacts with blueprints and stuff. And it gives it like garbage collection and... God, this build collision is just... I feel like it's getting worse and worse. It's getting smaller and smaller. Yeah, C++ is definitely a more opinionated language. It wants things done very specifically, and it's quite verbose, which makes it annoying, right? It's definitely not a terse language. My god, are we finally gonna finish this goddamn house? I just fell through the goddamn floor. Fuckity fuckity fuck. Boom, boom. Ah! Nice. Oh my god, we're doing it. It's a house. On deck 10 mainframes and tape drives. Holy shit. So were you the person that found the moth in the tape and the punch card? That's wild. On the old mainframes, huh? Look at that fucking house. With punch cards before PCs were born. That's fucking wild. Dude, you gotta be like 70 years old. That's awesome. Yeah, the term debugging comes from the old the punch tape times, punch card times. 64 almost. I was close. It's a good age. 64. It's a binary number. Great, and it also the Nintendo 64. A good number. 64 is a good number. But yeah, you maybe already know this, but yeah, someone found like a moth in one of the fucking tape reels, and that's why the program wasn't running properly. And someone circled it and said found the bug, and then we've used that term ever since. God, yeah, it's a little the camera needs work in here for sure. It's a little claustrophobic. Agent, welcome. Made a game on Steam, knew absolutely nothing in coding. Blueprints was a godsend for me and the easiest thing. Yeah, 100%. I've been a programmer for over a decade now, so I just think in C++ a lot better. And I also don't like how like not every C++ function has a blueprint corollary. So it's kind of frustrates me when I'm trying to work in blueprints. I'm like, oh, I'm just going to use a function I know exists, but it doesn't exist in blueprints. Programmed assembly language, machine language, Fortran, COBOL, RPG, and basic languages. For the very short stint I did at college, I took a machine language class. My god, was it horrible. My MIPS, oh my god, that was the worst fucking class ever. I don't know how y'all did it. I don't know how y'all did it back in the day. So you're the guy that's gonna fix all the old banking, the legacy COBOL banking applications, huh? Found him. Master Chief himself. Yeah, I need like a... How do people make soft... First of all, I don't like how it's like bouncy. The camera's bouncy when it's that close. So there's one thing I don't like. But I would like you see how it's like just such a hard transition? How do people do smooth transitions there? COBOL is one of the easiest languages there is. I don't believe you. If it was, then I don't think we would have legacy banking applications built in COBOL and Fortran. And we would still be using COBOL to this day. But I know nothing about it, so take my opinion with several grains of salt. Sir? Oh, it's not on. You are such a little baby. He's on his favorite pink heating pad, and it got auto shut off. So he's been whining at me. He's like, please turn it back on. And I clicked the button. He knows that clicking the button means that, so he stopped whining now. Some math prodigy made a game last year and showed NVIDIA all their math for lighting was flawed. He gave them the proper formulas, and now they are in a rush to update right now. Made the news. That's pretty sweet. We're gonna get like better lighting. That sounds awesome. Sign me up. Oh my god, I forgot. I can target buildings now. Some of them, at least. COBOL is just sentences. Let's look at some COBOL code. I don't know. Procedure division. Display hello world. Stop run. This is not sentences, good sir. This is not sentences. This one more so is. I guess these are the variable names though. That's new COBOL. Oh, new COBOL, you can't read it. Is new COBOL a thing? Mainframe tutorials. COBOL hello. Look at this COBOL hello world program. I don't know. It's demon worship and I don't like it. Okay, let's put a... I want to hide a little chest up here. Oh, I can't. It's we need to fix that. First of all, your arrow is fucking way off. Let's fix that. What is it? Container, chest, building, chest. Here we go. Oh, this is a good test because there's actually 2 static meshes here. What's your fucking deal here? What's your fucking deal here? Yeah, it's probably getting the wrong static mesh. Maybe. It maybe is. Let's see. We can probably find out pretty easily here. No, it should be this building, right? Well, this building is using static mesh, so actually that's fine. Actually, we should be fine. So why are you not marked as a building? Let me guess. Let me guess. You are blocking everything. Okay, so what is the deal then? Build collision null for this, yeah. Yeah. Other build collision null, building mesh. Yeah, I guess. Has invalid collision. I'm still getting the Ceiling. Why is ceiling getting returned here? What? There's a collision on something somewhere that's being stupid. There were two different ceilings, right? 2 and 3. Am I on a seam? Slightly, I suppose. Is there only one now? There's only one now. Okay, so I guess it's overlapping the ceiling slightly. But it should be scaling it down, and it should be fine. We're scaling it down first. I just fucking spilled shit all over myself. Oh. I see it now. Hello? Am I still stopped? Okay, we're frozen. It's still running. Why are we frozen? Oh, there we go. Finally. Okay, this code is running like every frame. Oh my god, that tanked it by 60 FPS. We're starting to program in Pascal when I stopped. Oh. You should try out the new AI stuff, and it'd be interesting to see what you think of that. That's like, you've seen it all. You have seen it all. Like, we got the AI autocompletes now, and you know, the chatbots, and then we're getting coding agents. There's Cursor, which apparently is just an entirely AI editor that's like popping off. Okay, now my frame rate's back. Jesus. Okay, but I can see that's just entirely wrong. It's because I'm doing it on the actor location, not the mesh location. So I think this is just being generated in the wrong location. What did you do before Google? Did you just have to like go through manuals to figure shit out? Never would I have been able to do that. Okay, it's still not rendering in what I thought would have been the right spot. I guess the component, the static mesh location isn't, I need to like add the origin. We didn't have internet. That's fucking insane. So you've pasted that COBOL is procedural language, and it's meant to be structured like a sentence or a sequence of instructions. SQL is supposed to be the same way. That was the same reason we started using SQL, because you could write human readable queries. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they're easy to understand in my experience. But that was supposedly the same selling point of SQL and why we use SQL so much. And actually now there's like a push to do the opposite in SQL. There's actually like I work at Google and we have like G-SQL, and there's a lot of like proposals to make it less that way, which is funny. It's kind of like we've come full circle on because there's benefits to both, right? There's benefits to both. Making it, you know, being constrained to writing things like a sentence or more procedurally can make it difficult to accomplish things and can actually make it more complicated. Make it take more steps. It'll be much more verbose. So there's just trade-offs with both. And it's funny, we're just gonna, I think as a programming community, we're just gonna continuously go in circles back and forth between what is the industry preference. Anyways, yeah, back to this. I suppose I would need to get the static mesh origin as well and add it. To get the proper debug location, but I think that this is still get static mesh. Is there just a, I hope there's just a get origin? No. What do I have? Anything related to origin? No, I guess I'll have to do something with bounds. Bounds origin, probably. Okay, let's see what that gives me. Okay, yeah, that is rendering better now. It definitely is still overlapping. Show me the mesh for this. Show me the bounding box. Yeah, those bounds are definitely a bit larger. Yep, that's why. That's why. Okay, this is another one where we're going to need custom build collision, unfortunately. And it does have 2 static meshes on it, so we should probably do it. Probably do that anyway. Okay, can't rename it. Let's make sure our... God, I should make this a... I should make a class for this, honestly, so that way I don't have to fuck with the collision settings every time, because I'm going to forget that. I'm going to forget that. Ignore everything except for building, which we overlap. Okay. Yeah, I think, again, allow a little bit of overlap just so we're not like a pain in the ass for the players, maybe. Okay, I need you to not... What is your snapping? I need you to not be so snappy. Turn scale off there for a second. This mesh is just... all cattywampus. I hate this game. I hate playing this game of making everything line up perfectly. Okay, let's see how that goes. We do need still to add the tag. Okay. Now it works. Can I put it on the... Oh, I can now put it back onto the... What arrow is this? Why are you rotated so weirdly? That's supposed to like point forwards. And on here, it's pointing sideways. Weird. Put a little chest. Chest. There we go. Okay, I guess we may need custom collision for the chair too. Oh god. So we're stuck overlapping. I feel like we shouldn't be. I feel like we shouldn't be. Again, let's open this up and take a peek at the bounds, see how good these bounds are. Show me your bounds. Those look fine. Those look fine. Yeah, and that is apparently overlapping the foundation. That is apparently overlapping the foundation. Building chair and foundation. How many connected buildings do we have? Just the one. So we have building component, we have static mesh and static mesh. Yeah, so why did we get that? If we were setting the scale, why did we get that as a connected building? I feel like we shouldn't have. I wonder. Connected buildings. Building chair, overlapping components. Let me see. It's the support checkers. And ownership collision. Wow, okay. I see. Okay, so we need to edit that a bit. Where is ownership collision? Where was ownership collision happening at? It's not on the foundation, is it? Where is ownership collision happening at? Static mesh, get connectability. We get the static mesh, get overlapping components. We iterate through that. We're going to cast them each to a static mesh. Okay, so I mean, we don't even add it if it's not a static mesh. So apparently, even though we've set the scale down, it's still overlapping the foundation. Why were we overlapping? That doesn't make sense. Me? It's like we're kind of like sometimes not. Is it the same on the ceiling? Ceiling's completely fine. Okay, it's not when I'm manually placing it. I'm upset that I just did that. I did not mean to do that. works fine. Let me think here. So we get the overlapping components of static mesh. Let me think about this again. Overlapping components. So we have all the support checkers, but those are not static meshes, so they get skipped. But we still have an overlap on the ceiling static mesh. Okay, the game it just crashed. That was cool. Neat trick, Unreal Engine. Neat trick. I just got fucking pranked. I don't like navigation. You need to stop rebuilding all the time. Look, you're just a flat plane. Stop that. Okay, it's done now. I gotta set up this fucking scenario again. Okay, let me see. I should let's just build these two. Build, build, build. Build, build, build. Chair. Okay, I hate that I always add the toggle pause keybind and it never sticks around. F7. Oh god, I guess I can't because I'm holding shift. That's annoying. Okay, I guess I can still pause there though. Am I not maybe I'm not drawing the debug box very well. Like maybe I'm not drawing it properly. So it's misleading me. But I have scaled down I've scaled it down. we're still getting the overlap. I mean, should I, let's scale it down more and just, we'll, fuck. Ah, fuck. Oh, I keep pressing the wrong button. Okay. Set up one more time. I guess let's just do, to be quick with it. New foundation scenario. Okay. Got here. Get, this is for has support, not that one. That's has support as well. There we go. Has invalid collision. Make it smaller. Make it smaller. Still. Still. Just 0.9, just make it really small. I wonder if I need to update overlaps when I do that. Okay, yeah, that doesn't seem to make a difference. That's weird. And I'm setting the root component scale. Shouldn't that, shouldn't that be scaling all of the components attached to it? Hi, sweetie. Hi, Moxie. There's some nice twofers you have there. Yes. Very nice. Let's update overlaps. That does what I think it does, right? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. We'll try it, see if that makes a difference. Maybe I need to set, maybe I specifically need to set the scale of the static mesh. What? Okay, we're going to specifically set the scale of the static mesh. Get component scale. Wait. There it is. There it is. In world space. Okay. Okay. Update all of that now. We're gonna get to the bottom of this, goddammit. Bro, what? What? God damn. God damn. Hey, buddy. Oh, big yawn. Staying warm? Your little heating pad? Uh-oh, here comes the other one. Hello, I would like some attention too. Thank you. So sweet. Thank you. Puppies. Okay, can I get this fucking chair to work? No, apparently that's too much to ask for. Apparently that's way too much to ask for. Chest works fine. But that's because it has custom collision. Table works fine. And these are in like the same class of things. Those are in the same class of things. Why is the chair dumb? Why? It is type building. It is generating overlap events. It is set to overlap all. And it's very inconsistent. And it didn't seem to have quite as much an issue on the ceiling, if I'm correct. Not that. It's still inconsistent when I'm doing the manual placement, but for the snapping, it's fine. I guess let me take a look here for the... Let me look at... Is shift down? Yeah, okay. Get correct hit location. With building Z offset. Okay, we're like skipping low. That's weird. I don't know why. That I think that code was a part of the plugin before I got my hands on it. Any code that's bad, it was not me, okay? Claim, build status. Which is what's checking for the collision, right? Okay. Claim, I don't care about claim or ownership. This part's weird to me. I feel like I'm gonna just bypass this for a sec. See what happens. The part seems weird that we're not updating the transform every frame. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. What the hell just happened? Oh, that was fun. I bet it's set to can step up on or something. Because that's what determines if I can mantle or not. Okay, yeah, no difference there. And so here, if is floor placeable. Wait. Not is floor placeable. Why did I do the not? Jesus. Okay. Swap them. We're just adding negatives for no negative logic for no reason. Is floor placeable? Set position of floor on the landscape, which we get the, I'm quite certain. Yeah, we get the grid, the world grid. Okay. Set placement building object. Wait, didn't I just change this? The placement building object transform. Set placement. Oh, I did. Okay, I was looking at it very wrong, wasn't I? Yes, I was. Also, why am I just setting a transform? Like, I could just be getting that. Oh my God. Again, I think this is how it was built before. That's fun. Pioneers used to ride these babies for miles. So laggy. Okay. Oh boy, I don't know what the answer is here. I don't know what the issue is. I'm certain we're getting here, right? Just so I can know. No, we're not. Yeah, so we're getting there. Is it this one then? No, that one. That one's here? Okay. I didn't realize that. Check snap. That should be false. The chair, the foundation has chair slots on it? Okay, everything, oh, we're paused. Oops. Why does the... What, it has, or maybe the chair's type is set wrong? Mister, stop it. Building data handle. Guys, hey. Yep, Moxie. Moxie. Sit. Moxie. Good. Good girl. Okay, we're not even getting there. I guess we need the right object, though. We're not getting there at all. We're calling that on what now? On the placement object. So we should have the breakpoints here 5. Step into target actor, foundation. Wait, oh, right, it's overridden. I forgot. Abstraction. Abstraction. So we're here on the floor object. Is floor. Is floor is true. So that's why that's true. Get snap transform. Which I suppose get snap transform returns something different here. Yeah. Oh, we're adding a building socket dynamically to set it to. That's not what I think we should be doing. Good God, look at this fucking logic. This is the kind of thing that I hate blueprints for. Like the super mathy stuff. So messy to read. God, I can't even tell what we're doing here. Can't even tell. I can tell you one thing though. I don't think we should be adding sockets. So is there like 100 sockets on this thing now? Or on the chair? No? Are we getting there? We are. We're adding it on self, so that means it would be on the chair, yeah. And so that was get snap transform. Which is a socket. Which I guess we get here? And I don't think we should. Like, I don't think we should be running that logic, actually. Or does that get overridden? We definitely get here. Or is it not actually at? Do we ever get there? Yeah, we do. Okay. False. But we get here. Why is that? I guess I need to like change the location of it. Okay, yeah, then we get there. That's weird because this attached to socket is like an ephemeral one. Dude, it's 6,268. Oh my god. I should not be doing that. Okay, I think I found at least part of the issue. That is so bad. So there are like 6,000 of those. Holy shit. Clean this up after. Yeah, okay, so that's gonna be the to-do. My dogs are whining at me so bad. I'm gonna leave this right in center so I know that we need to do that. We need to do that. I need to go feed the doggos though. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, we're back. Let's fix this stupid fucking stupid building socket thing. Okay, so floor object, let's close some of these out. Chair, treasure chest. Goodbye. Friendship ended with treasure chest. Now, floor object is my friend. Okay. Okay, what were we doing? What were we doing? Yeah. Okay, it's all coming back to me. It's all coming back to me. Okay. I hate the way I wrote this logic. Okay. Can be placed on landscape, and actor is landscape. It'll be foundation, I guess. Okay, weird. They have a specific one for foundations. I feel like I want to change that. I think I would want to combine these two paths, but let's not get too sidetracked. Sidetracked? Yeah. Let's not get too sidetracked. Also, we have the trace hit result rather than local hit location. Clean this up a tad bit. Okay. And then impact normal goes there. Mister, what do you want? Oh, you can't get up on the fucking batteries, bro. Oh my god. This is the whiniest little boy. Adlib, hello, welcome in. Sorry, my dog was just whining at me endlessly. I just fed him, so I'm like, what do you want? I look over and the chair that he uses, I have just an old chair there. That's what he uses to get on the bed. That was like, I guess he rotated it when he last jumped off. And so he couldn't get up on the bed to get to his heating pad. So he was just whining at me because he wanted his heating pad so bad. What type of build system? I did build some myself. Just like a, you know, typical survivally build system. Nothing super crazy. We're just trying to do like the least amount of manual stuff possible because I don't want to have to like set up like when I add new buildings and stuff. I don't want to have to set a bunch of manual shit up more than I need to. Okay. Snocket snap or collision snap? Snockets. We're using snockets. Okay, that's cleaned up a little bit. So now let's fix that god-awful thing, because this was a plugin before I got my hands on it way back when. And then I started changing everything. And then a year went by, now I'm back. And I'm back. Yeah, get snap transform. Get snap. Yeah, so this fucking adds a socket, which is horrible because there were thousands of fucking sockets on it. That is not what should have happened. Get grid offsets. I mean, can I just like... I'm returning a socket there. Yeah, I don't want that. I need like I need an is floor traceable, placeable thing here. I'm just gonna handle this completely differently. You're manually adding sockets in the mesh. How do you do that? Just like little scene components. Nothing crazy. And that's just part of that's just how it was already. Okay, so there's actually going to be like a different God, come on. Gooch everything down. Is floor placeable? If it's floor placeable, we are gonna, I guess we're gonna have some different logic for if is shift down as well. Maybe that can just be a snap near grid mode. I hate whoever wrote this plugin did not understand that you can just get the variable without having to create a local one for functions. And he also wasn't doing anything with that either. The ass guard is back. Rejoice, everyone rejoice. Your asses your ass protector is back. They're not for your asses, for the ass guard is here. Okay, so I guess grid mode. That'll be what I set to true or false. And honestly, just fucking pass that straight there. Grid mode. Target is self, so on floor object. Grid offset will just be 0. Okay. Okay, so I don't want this to... This is overridden now. Get snap transform. Let's not... I added base meshes having sockets in the mesh. That way you can have different types of meshes not being uniform. But you can your method, but you have to have a data table having scene component. I do not need a data table having scene component collision. Go away, please. Thank you. Yeah, I think I just want to get do I even want to reuse this function? So let's just get snap transform. I guess I need the... What is check snap? I guess it just calls if it can be snapped to. Suppose we should still probably call that. We'll just see what get snap transform. It returns a socket. Yeah, I feel like I just want to put this in a different function now. Or maybe I just make this also return a transform so I don't have to worry about putting it into a socket. That would require me to Do that in the base object. Get snap transform. It is called get snap transform. Yeah, let's just add a transform. Where's the get world transform? No, not that. Get world transform. Okay, this socket, get world transform as well. Okay, so now that one's updated. I don't know how many other places I need to update it, but we'll just let those bugs come to us as they may. So here, we're going to just put that stuff there. And we're not gonna fucking add a goddamn socket every frame, because that's stupid. Okay, let's see how that works. Okay. Get some foundations built. Okay. Get some walls. Window. Door. Okay. The house is really coming together. I guess I don't really need all this. I'm just testing the floor placement. Yeah, that's not right. I guess I'm not doing. I literally didn't do anything. I was like, yeah, we're good to go. I didn't fucking do anything. Don't know how much of this information I actually need, but we're gonna wire it all up anyway. I guess now, though, I could just reuse it. Should we just try to reuse it? Let's just try to reuse it, actually. Let's move this branch down here. We'll reuse basically all of it. Okay. Otherwise, let's just set placement building object location. Okay. I'm just getting... That's what I was doing before. Okay, that's just doing the non-snap. Yeah, and then on here it kind of busts, doesn't it? Okay. Okay, that's because I'm not using this transform. That's what I should have been doing. Okay, I can't delete those for some reason. Okay, can't delete those. Okay, now my grid is gone. Now my world grid is gone. And it's still, the overlap is still happening. Let's check the, I want to check the ceiling real quick. Okay, oh right, I need to build the walls underneath it first. You're gonna play mode stop, and then you can delete, but you can change it at run. Like I can delete other things at runtime, perfectly fine. With the new update. Okay, see that works fine. Although holding shift does not. It's not consistently. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Table still works. Kind of want to check and see if this works on the procedural terrain. It probably should. If it works on that terrain, it should work on the procedural level as well. This guy works too. Yeah, okay, so let's just get our grid back. Get the grid back. So it was probably just because I got rid of... So there was a socket and it like snapped to the socket, I guess. But the socket was just set to this transform location of rotation. So why am I not getting that? Yeah, I closed it. Should move all this to C++, to be honest with you. Make it a lot easier. If the object is floor placeable, am I getting here? Let's just make sure. Yeah, we're getting there. Okay. See, you can still delete things. Like, I don't know why these ones weren't. So you can delete it now. I don't know why I didn't want to be deleted before. So we were doing this attach building to target actor. So placement object building transform. Why do we do this? New transform. I guess I am, let me look at this. I guess I am setting the, yeah, I'm setting the transform there. I'm just like updating it, yeah. Here, which is dumb. I shouldn't need this method at all. And I guess calling that really shouldn't matter. Does not make a difference. Because all it's really doing, what I would have been doing before, would be, it would be snapping, but like the idea would be to get this function to return the grid. What is get grid offsets? What is this? The grid mode is true. Grid offsets is... I guess this is just like custom. This is getting 50. Props distance 50. Correct offsets. Dude, we just need to... is there a grid snap? Yeah. Because all of this logic is... Oh, I think I see the issue, actually. Local hit location is not actually ever set. Oh, it is, actually. It was just split, so I couldn't tell. It is actually set. Okay, so that wasn't the issue, but I mean the grid snap. Vector snap to grid. Let's just do the offsets, and we're getting rotate vector plus that. I'm just gonna set that there. Let's see what happens. Yeah, there's my grid. My grid's back. I don't know, that function was making it way more complicated than it needed to be. The rotation does change as I move, though. Yeah, something we'll want to definitely fix. Grid's gone. Grid's back. Okay. And I guess we'll just... Oh, the rotate. I think that makes sense, actually. No, it's still like turning as I turn. Yeah. Where else is rotation coming into play here? I don't know. Oh, was grid mode supposed to be in there? I feel like it was. Let me go back. Wow. Okay, the grid mode for this works now. But it's still like rotates. Which I don't want it to do. So that was effectively the same as just all that logic just to replace that. It does do a little bit more with like local props distance, which I'm not sure what that's about. Yeah, I'm not sure what that's about. Break the vector. We're going to take X and subtract correct offsets off of it. And then divide that by local props distance. Multiply that by the rounded. Round it and then multiply that by local props distance as well. Add a local correct offset to it. And we use that if grid mode is true. And we're taking the input rotation. Get correct building rotation. Player controller, get camera it's based off the camera rotation. What if I just did that? I like that a lot better. Okay, yeah, that works. Let's also replace all that fucking code with that. We also may not even need that rotation. Oh, that's wrong now. Interesting. Interesting. Now that's wrong. Yeah, because you have no support. Okay. So what are these offset values actually? Let me go here. 50 and 50. So maybe we're not setting it properly then. With the vector snap. Put that just straight in there. It's still like a little too high probably. Yeah, okay. Still a little too high. Okay. And so what is where is props distance coming in? I just don't know what these values mean. I don't know what these values mean. What if I just did that? Still no. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Confirm that that works. Yeah. Okay. So there's just a little bit of Z offset that we don't actually need. Is this our issue? No, it still doesn't like that. And our non-grid placement is still not working either. Okay, that still works. Oh, I wonder, the Z we're not, oh, duh. Duh. Okay, yeah, we need to... There we go. Now we have eclipsed the functionality. I'm going to take all of this, though. And we're just going to, we're going to take it. We're going to use a little bit of yieldy source control, which is just, you know, if we can actually fucking select everything. Which is just move it down there and say old. That's it. All you got to do. I don't even know if I need that rotation thing there, but we're going to keep that just to, just for posterity, I suppose. Okay, now we just need to handle the non-snap version. And then how many, what's my tolerance? What's my overlap tolerance? Oh yeah, we did it 0.9. Let's change that back to 0.94. And make sure, does that work? Okay. Okay, yeah, that still works. Okay, now we gotta figure out why that placement sucks. So we're going here. Get correct hit location. Input building offset Z. Okay. And what were we, conversely, what were we doing here? Where are you going, my dude? My brother in Christ, where are you going? He's just going off to fucking Neverland, I guess. Okay, it doesn't work on... Okay. It doesn't work there. Hang on. Back to point 9. Did that one work? It's saying that there's overlapping actors still. That is what I would call annoying. Oop. The character glitching is from can step up on. That's what the mantling is based off of. It's not based on the collision channel, but rather if the can character step up on is set to true. What is this get floor world Z? Because that seems to place it properly. Well, at least on the... Yeah, get floor world Z. Get sockets. Socket for building type floor object. This has got to be overridden by things, right? No? That is the only... Wait, what? So how does that... There should be no... There should be none of those. How is that returning something? Oh, I guess I fucking hate this. I gotta like. There we go. Right? I gotta like. Where the hell was it? Get the Z. Get yeah, this thing. Okay, there we go. Floor socket 1 on the ceiling. Do I actually put a floor socket on there? I do. Okay. I'm gonna guess I don't on the foundation, and maybe that's why the difference is there. Okay, I see no socket with type floor object. There is one, actually. There is one. Okay. And the Z for that is 85 on the foundation. It is 8 on the ceiling. That seems like perfectly on the mesh for the foundation. I don't like that I have to get the socket to like get what the Z should be if I'm placing it on there. I feel like I should just take the trace Z and like add 0.1 to it. That way it's more automatic. That's working well. Yeah, now it works. Okay, now I don't need a fucking socket. Now I don't need to manually put a socket on anything I want a floor object on. I still need to fix this trace, but I think I just need to add like 0.01 to it. So it's like not hold. I think I just need to add 0.01 to it. Where, there it is. Get correct hit location. Wow, look how much more fucking consistent that is. Okay, we fixed it, everyone. Yay! Change that back to 0.94. That's our value. Allowing a little bit of overlap. Why don't you use the socket system on the static mesh? So many scene components don't look too optimal. Why wouldn't scene components be optimal? 2, I can visualize it a lot better. And it's no longer tied to the static mesh, so I can swap out different meshes in here, which is what I do, right? So I have this one kind of dummy mesh. If I were to do it, I would have to do it on every single mesh. And this is a modular system. And so looking at all of the different meshes that I have, and I will be adding more. Where are they? Here we go. Like, I have a wood version of the ceiling. I have a stone version of the ceiling or foundation. I have a metal version of the foundation. Like, I would have to add it on every single one of those meshes. Only on the, I mean, how would you make it only work on the, you add socket? I mean, why would I do that though? I don't understand why that would be better than just doing it on the blueprint. Because they're not going to be always the dummy ones. They're going to be the different ones. And I need to still get the sockets when they're not dummies. The dummies are just here for testing. And so I can visualize it. Let's make sure the other ones work still. Okay. Yeah, I still want the rotation to snap. I think I want it to snap to the thing that they're like socketing onto. Also, that's kind of bad. Yeah, I still don't know how I want that to work. I think I'll probably make it to where the trace ignores anything like not in front of the player. Sick. Whee! Let's look at that real quick. Okay, so the chest, can character step up on? That's what I'm looking for. No, no. I know the mantling mode is kind of broken too. Can character step up on? Yeah, I know the mantling is a bit broken as well. So I think it's an issue with the mantling system. So I know I'm stuck in like a weird state right now. The mesh is, collision is messed up. Something, I guess we're set to block there. Weird, weird. I know I'm in the weird state though. Oh, it's on the capsule. Yeah, I'm set to ignore the I'm in like mantling mode right now, which is not correct. Which is why I can like step up on that. Like that's not right. And I can just walk through walls. Okay, let's hop into, I want to hop into the procedural level. Wait, what was that? Oh, access none here. That's kind of annoying. I think you gotta split that or else I complain. Okay, let's hop over to the procedural level. Grab a new seed too. Explore some seeds. What were we on before? World data 118, we'll go to 119. Okay. We're in the middle of the ocean. Middle of the ocean. Okay. Bad seed. Bad seed. 120. Nice. This looks sick. We got a nice big mountain right next to us. We may not spawn correctly though. Super laggy. What is lagging so much? Usually it's not like that. Yeah, that took a long time. Oh, I see. Yeah. The mountains are gonna get like that. Oh my god, this looks way different than last update. Interesting. The GPU info. Chunk surface sampler. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, it's an issue. I know what this issue is. It has to do with how I do the chunk tracing with like the terrain collision system I built. It's like it require like I do a trace top down through the bounding volume hierarchy for the vertex and index buffer data for the chunk to determine like PCG stuff. Mainly to determine whether or not it should be a surface vertex or not. Right? Like all these are underground vertices on the terrain. So I do a trace down, but I just start at the top of each chunk. And so like the top of this chunk, like technically is, you know, it's not there. There's nothing there. So the trace hits nothing. And it makes it think that there are surface verts when there's actually not. Or it doesn't even trace anything. So I essentially, what I need to do to fix that is like, I need to kind of redo how the terrain builds, because you can see it's also not generating what's up here. I need to fix that too. If I move, it will. We'll just take a little tumble down. So, there we go. Now it's going to generate, but that essentially all needs to be there. I need every vert above each, or not vert, every chunk above a chunk before I can actually put PCG on it. And that's why that's why it goes so slow. Because it's like, it's doing a bunch of logging when I miss that. Can you generate already, please? Can you finish generating? We generated some over there. What's the map look like? Oh, we're in a massive Goldcrest Hills, the swamp. Is my music? My music's gone. Can you generate the rest of this stuff though, please? There we go. Come on. Come on. Yeah, the verticality definitely needs some work, I suppose. We'll go this way. And then what am I looking at? Oh, interesting. I'm in like a... Apparently I'm in like a little choke point. Is it voxels? Can you dig also? I do have it proof of concepted. It's not necessarily voxel based. Like I do use marching cubes, which is a voxel based algorithm. But the height map and the 3D noise, the underground noise, are not... Oh, there's the choke point. Look, dude, that's fucking sick, dude. That's fucking sick. That's crazy. Look at that, dude. This is so awesome. This is one I have not seen. It's a formation I have not seen before. But it is not limited to the resolution of a voxel. It's all like vertex data based, so you can actually see like the material data is a separate algorithm as well, and you can see like I have like the values per vertex, not per voxel. And a lot of times it does line up with like it's kind of, can't visualize a collision here very well, but a lot of times it does line up with the voxel because the height map is a uniform spacing. 3D noise is uniform spacing. Marching cubes is voxelized, but the way I stitched them together with marching cubes, and so when that happens, it is not necessarily aligned to a voxel, nor when you can deform terrain, which doesn't look good by any means right now. And it's one I had to make my own animation for it, so it looks fucking terrible. And it doesn't even, I guess it doesn't even deform sometimes. That's supposed to be deforming. Let me try over here. It's proof of concept at this point. It's not even doing the deformation. Yeah, it's super bad right now, as you can see. But I guess probably changed the vertices quite a bit there. Yeah, you can see all the extra verts that it created. So it is editing the mesh at runtime. But yeah, that many verts is not fucking necessary whatsoever. So yeah, needs more work, but it will be. It will be. Give me the... Okay, this is a fucking great spot for a base, by the way. This is a fucking awesome choke point. Like, dude, oh, I want to build a base in here so bad. Lighting is all messed up, of course. Of course. Okay, this is where we're gonna settle down. We got some trees. We're gonna actually build a fucking base now. Okay, I start with 100 wood, so let's I guess let's just I'm gonna start over here by the choke point. Start over here. Okay, wood foundation. Okay, that's already not the right fucking mesh. Wooden foundation blueprint. Why are you not working? I don't know. Which one of these am I using? Reference viewer. Okay, that one is being used in places. Is this old one being used? This is the old one? Yeah, okay. This is the non-C++ one. Are you being used anywhere? You're being used in building lists. Which is used in this radial menu, which I'm not using. Okay. So, wooden... Stylized wooden foundation. Oh, I wonder if the mesh isn't loaded. Yeah, that's the issue. Because now it's correct. Okay. Let's figure out where that gets loaded in then. Static mesh in building object settings. I changed it to like soft object pointers and stuff too, so. Easy build system. It was at one point. Now it's kind of a Theseus's bow paradox now. Let me see. What was it? Was it static mesh? Yeah, it was static mesh. Am I dumb? There it is. Okay, let's find out where this is used at. Where this is loaded in. I'm not loading it correctly, that's for sure. I do load synchronous here. Interesting, okay. Am I using building data? Yeah, I changed everything to like soft pointers and it like auto added these things in here. I think load blocking is fine for now. What is this? Actor class? What a... Okay, I have to cast it to an actor class. That's kind of annoying. That's kind of annoying. FTV, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Welcome in. We could probably make this pure. Make that pure. If it fails, it fails. Yeah, so we're working on the building system, just trying to iron out some of the kinks. I haven't worked on it in like over a year. So... yeah, the easy building system was free and like some, you know, some free for the month thing. So I just use that as a starting point. It's quite, I've moved a lot of it to C++ and changed some things I didn't like about it. I didn't like their socketing system originally. A lot of, everything was like super manual. Was that actually being used? I don't think so. Get static mesh. Here we go. This might be where, yeah, this might be where the issue is. Oh, we're not even doing that. We're not even doing that. Okay, never mind. How am I? I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Okay, yeah, ignore all this because we're not doing that at all. Check repair requirements. That's just, I guess that's just on the break. Okay, here's another one. I didn't know that it would do that. Otherwise, I would have gone through and audited these a long time ago. Unwrap building object handle. Okay, this one is getting hit. This might be the culprit. Let's scoot it back. Pass to static mesh. And what am I using this for? Setting it on the static mesh component. That, I don't know, that might have been it. Kind of hard to tell. I guess I'll have to like restart the editor, right? Okay, here's another spot. Here's another spot. The building materials. Load out. There should probably be a better way to do this, right? There should probably be a better, because I don't need to load this in all these places. And I know I load it here in CPP, which by the way gives me the correct type, so I don't even have to cast it in C++. Init build. I mean, I'm thinking that this should be. This happens on init. On init. Init. Okay, and which I mean, this should happen before any of this happens. Let's find out where this is called from. Finish place build. I mean, it's like literally after spawn, so there's no way. Right, setup building. Let me make sure. Spawn building. Init building. Setup building. I mean, that's only called from serialization and from blueprints here. Right there. So I think rather than doing that, we should just get, which by the way, this one, just fucking delete that shit so it doesn't pop up again. Yeah, let's just get the static mesh component. I think that's probably, because it should, I'm gonna just assume that it should be built by this point. Although this is setting static mesh. Why would I need to set what this is on replicate? I mean, if it got spawned, it should have been loaded already and set on the... I mean, maybe it's just because this was like unsetting it. Correct mesh transform, which is also happening in B++, or it was. Put that back. Yeah, that's why I deleted it out of this one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, get rid of all this. We're doing this in C++ now. Goodbye. Set can be damaged, set max durability as well. Are those variables that are in C++? They are. Those should be, are those being set? I should just set those in C++. Building data. I have max health. Yeah, I guess I'm not setting can be damaged. Set can be damaged. Oh, that's just on an actor. Okay, sure. I'll just set that. I don't even think I use that. I don't even think I use that, but we'll do it anyway. Max durability and durability, which I'm not even, I don't even think I'm using those systems anymore because I put them all in attributes. But I mean, this can be damaged is there. Oh no, that's on. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm looking at the wrong fucking thing. Never mind. And then max durability. Where is that from then? Okay, that is a blueprint defined one. Okay, we'll just leave. I think probably can be damaged then is as well. No, okay, that one is the actor one. Yeah, I don't even think I'm using those systems, so I think that's probably why I didn't do anything about it. Look how bare bones this is now. Okay. Yeah, that's why, and I'm just gonna guess it didn't load the asset properly or something, and unset it to something that it shouldn't have been. Just gonna guess. This set building materials get static mesh component. That's, I don't know why you thought that's what I wanted. Okay, well, I'm getting the material on the static mesh. Oh, right, yeah. Okay. You were doing the same thing I was doing. Ended up being a patchwork blanket, yeah. I feel that. I've definitely rewritten a lot of this stuff myself. Let's pick a different, well, I guess we can put the wood foundation there. And I want foundations to snap to the world grid too. Landscape grid snapping, foundations. I'll just put that there. Okay, let's put a wall here. I want the wall to load. Okay, it looks like the wall did load. Maybe, I think we did fix it. An eyedropper tool would be nice as well. Ooh, rotation needs to be different. Yeah. What's the text issue? You mean like the jittering, the jitters, the jitterbugs? It's just because the component I'm using is like a scale component and it's like changing every frame. Uh-oh, that rotation's wrong. Oh god, yeah, the ramps. I changed the base mesh rotation, but I didn't do it for this one. Odd was just telling me how to do this. Hang on. I think I can do this. Transform. I need to select ramp. Ramp. Why can't I... Cannot use modeling tools while simulating. I thought I could. Okay. I need to change the rotation of that. That sucks because I don't want to in play right now. Okay, we're gonna have sideways stairs. Yeah, I need to change the pivot basically. Okay, so I did apply the wood. The wood got applied properly. I only have one wood left. Yay, it got built properly. Okay. So now we gotta farm wood. Okay, come on. Can you hit the thing? Okay, got it. Coffee Lava, welcome in, brother. Welcome in. How was the stream? Saw you streaming earlier. We are working on fixing the building system. I haven't touched it in like a year. Over a year. And I gotta go through and fix everything. But it's a good showcase for the dynamic tree chopping. Okay, I got... I guess wood is not supposed to stack up to 100. Okay, that was only 50 wood. Good God. Okay, it's gonna take a while. But dude, check out this... like, little choke point I got generated here. Like, you see this, choke point. So check this out. Check this out. Oh, there he is! The raid, Coffee Lava. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. How was the stream? Have you launched? I'm kidding. I know you're working on the Steam integrations. Hope that's going well. Rafi, hello. Welcome in, everyone. I'm Mydrong, for those who don't know. I'm working on a procedural terrain, procedural destructible terrain, RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. Yeah, that's a mouthful. I know, it's a lot. But we're working on the building system, trying to get everything ironed out here. And there's me. Record scratch. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. How I ended up here was I generated this world seed-based, where every pixel on here is a terrain chunk. So I click here. There is one terrain chunk, and I got a bunch of procedural algorithms that go burr basically, and this is what comes out. And we're trying to get building working. I'm applying some resources here. I don't have much, so we got to go do the tree chopping here. Managed to fix a bug thanks to chat. Chat's nice like that, aren't they? That's nice like that. But I have like, these are like static mesh components, right? But then when I connect with them with my shitty axe swing animation, they turn into dynamic mesh components, which is a thing in Unreal Engine that allows you to like edit the mesh at runtime. And so I do that, and I get some wood put in my inventory. Basic wood. So I'm just going over and collecting some wood. Again, this is all like procedurally spawned and everything, so super cool. Super cool. And I'm trying to just verify that my building stuff works properly. So this is the little house we're working on. Okay, 88 wood. It's gonna take a while. I feel like I could just give myself a bunch of wood to test this, but that's not as fun, right? Gotta go, man. Have a nice stream. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. I'm so bad at doing that. So bad at doing that. Shout out to Coffee Lava. There we go. Appreciate the raid, my dude. Take care. Take care of yourself. Get some rest. Hydrate, stretch, you know, that kind of stuff. Game dev is thirsty work. Okay. Eventually I want these logs to have to actually be picked up by colonists and actually like taken to like some sort of like, you know, wood processing thing, like a lumber mill or something. Okay. Okay, now that one, I need to put the work amounts on here. It should probably take longer to work on. And so if you guys have ever like played a game like RimWorld, that's the kind of colony sim that I'm going for. Something where it's more so about the journey rather than, you know, beating the game. I never play RimWorld to actually finish the game. I don't even think I've beaten it, but I have like 2,000 hours in it. And it's really just, to me, it's just really fun to see all the random stuff that happens, all the random events, and all the different like random ass colonists that you get and stuff like that. And so what I'm trying to do, basically that, and then combine it with something like an RPG system like World of Warcraft maybe. And I'm sure you can tell some of the inspiration from some of the icons. Some of the animations are ripped and some of the sounds are ripped too, just for placeholders. But I've always, when I play RimWorld, I've always wanted to be like down in the world with the colonists, like, you know, fighting alongside them or something like that. So that's what I'm trying to do. And then I love roguelites, and I've always wanted to see that combined with these two things as well. And one of the pieces of innovations that I'm going for is that Colony Sims usually, you know, in like RimWorld, the only thing that's simulating is like a tile that your colony is on. It's just a kind of a small area. And so the whole world isn't simulated. You can go to other tiles on the world map, but they don't spin up and start running until you get there. So it's really kind of like only 1 or 2 tiles at a time. What I want to do is I want to have like the world be fully alive. Let's make sure that works. Cool. Yeah, so I want to make sure that the world is like fully alive. And so that's going to present some pretty hardcore technical challenges. One of which is like with procedural terrain, especially, how am I going to make sure that that's all generated in there and I have like thousands of entities that I want to render and run. So I built my own ECS system and then a component system that's just like an efficient way to operate on like data fragments in the background, right? And those data fragments will be what my entities are. They just won't be rendered or anything. They'll just be running in the background. And so this is what's generated so far, and it's just a very small radius around the player right now, probably about this big. But if I pop out here, I'm gonna hit P. This is the green shaded area is like the navigation mesh, and so that's actually built when the terrain chunks aren't. So that's why these trees are floating here. That's why we have the nav mesh here. There's no actual mesh there. What I do is I just save the triangle and vertex data, and that is okay. I'm trying to show it. Come on, there we go. So that's what all this is. Is that a sub? Great stream as always. Thank you so much. Wicked Blue Ninja, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, my dude. Great stream as always. Kind words, kind words. But yeah, that's the triangle and vertex data. So that's, I save all that, and you can just export that. And there's like a really nice function built in Unreal Engine that you can just override, and you can just give it that vertex data. So I don't actually need collision here, which is, you know, that takes up memory. So I'm saving memory here. This is how I'm gonna at least try to have the world all generated at once. And then I store that data also in a spatial data structure, a bounding volume hierarchy, so that I can efficiently query through it, doing like line traces and stuff like that. And so I use those line traces in a PCG node that I made for myself. It's like a kind of like the surface sampler. If you're familiar with Unreal Engine, there's a surface sampler node in the PCG graph. I kind of built my own one of those that is just a terrain, like a terrain chunk surface sampler. And that way it doesn't actually, none of my PCG graphs need collision at all to run and figure out where they need to be placed. Like down here, there's a bunch of tunnels that are going to be here whenever the mesh does actually build. So that's one of the ways that I intend to save on performance, save on memory, so that I can have everything generated at runtime. We're using a casual 17 gigs of memory right now. A lot of that is just from all the, you know, like things like foliage right here. I won't need these, right? This will all get unloaded. So that and a lot of this stuff will be unloaded when I actually implement that stuff. And so yeah, nav mesh is how the entities will move around when the player's not actually around. And then PCG can spawn without any collision needed. So we don't need the mesh there. All we need is the nav mesh, and then we need whatever things that can be interacted with in the environment. So these are things like the trees that have collision on them, or like these mushrooms. Like entities can spawn and they'll like look for mushrooms if they're hungry, right? So we'll start getting into more of the Colony Sim stuff as well. Right now they just kind of run around, they sleep and eat food, and then they attack. That's kind of all they do. Eventually we'll get some ore and stuff spawned in here. Some monsters spawned in here, so you have some reason to go in here. We'll get like a tech tree built out, you know, it'll be really cool once we get to that stuff. And then I'll do kind of what I'm trying to do with the procedural generation. I was talking about this earlier, but I want to... What? Oh, okay, I was stuck there slightly. I want to do procedural generation with intention, which is subtly different from how some of the other like popular procedural games out there do it, right? Like if you think of something like Minecraft, or you think of something maybe even like Valheim, like they just kind of like have a big noise function, and you know that noise function runs and it outputs what each point in space is supposed to be. And what I want to do is I have a kind of a LLM quest generator proof of concept, where I can walk up to any colonist and generate a quest, and it'll just effectively dump my entire item database for the game into a prompt, and it'll send it off to the Gemini API with its, you know, it's got the million context window. And then I essentially just tell it to, okay, I put more, I used more than necessary in there. I used like all my wood. Okay, so there's a bug. Also, I should have rotated that the right way. But what I mean by intention is like, I want to ground some of these LLM responses in the world and make them make sense. You know, like I don't want them to just be kind of like purely random and not have any understanding of where they are in the world. And so that's why I did this zone system, this procedural zone system. This isn't output from the same noise algorithm that outputs my terrain. My terrain is based off of the output of this. So it happens in steps. And that way I know what like each one of these zones is. This is Goldcrest Hills, which is supposed to be a swamp. I don't have a swamp biome yet. So we're just using the forest as kind of like a default. Right, Goldcrest Hills. And like ideally, you know, the name would match up. The LLM generated name doesn't do that yet. Stablewood Thicket. This is called the Second Circle of Hell. What a great name for a desert, right? Eldritch Forest. You know, and so I'm hoping giving that data to the LLM to kind of come up with some cool shit to do is going to be pretty cool. And then I hope to have like procedural kind of points of interest in each one of these zones. And then that's going to also be separate from the terrain system, just purely random terrain. And so that way I can actually reference them a lot easier and feed them to the LLM in order to get some really cool quests generated. And like, if you think about something like Minecraft, if you had terrain like this, you know, how would you be able to tell the LLM that like, hey, this is a crevice in between two giant mountains, right? I have that information because I know what these two zones are and I know what the altitude of those zones are. So I can write some code, or I will be able to be like, hey, you know, there's a choke point in between two zones, right? It would actually be pretty easy to isolate this scenario here and create some like really cool, like maybe there's a quest to, you know, this pass will probably be pretty important, right? A lot of trade goes through here, something like that. You know, maybe there's maybe I can generate like a small town here that controls this pass. And some of the LLM quest text or just banter text from the colonists can reflect that and actually be grounded in the world. I think that'll be really cool. And if I do some more things, like maybe I intentionally spawn maybe a randomly but intentionally spawned cave here, and you know, maybe the RNG rolls the dice and it's a goblin cave, right? So maybe part of the quests for the, you know, hypothetical town or village that's here is to like go help them with the goblins that are nearby, because that makes sense, right? That's grounded in the world. And so things like that are what I want to go for with the procedural generation, right? Like I have a bunch of predetermined, I say predetermined, but what I mean is like it happens in steps rather than being the result of a giant noise function. And so when I have that, I'll be able to get all these different attributes that make up a zone, you know, package up all the data for a zone and tell the LLM what's going on. That way all the colonists in the zone can reflect where they are, you know, if they're in a forest or if they're in a plains or a swampy area or something, maybe what their neighboring zones are, if there's any quests to go to the other zones and whatnot, if there's caves nearby, what kind of monsters there are, all that stuff. That's what I really want to do with this. Yeah, thanks everyone for joining me. We did see an issue. I put way too many. I don't know if I actually, because I had some remaining wood after I put all of them in that wall. But it did say when I applied the resources. Now, of course, those are like 100, which is a lot. Let's see, can I just add wood to my character? Forget if I enabled myself to do that. Let's pause actually. Pause. Oh, I have wood there. Oh, that's default contents. Actually, delete that. Oh, I can't. Because the contents key. Oh, that's so annoying. So I guess 0 is the default key for this map. And because there's already a 0, I can't actually add that. Well, if I delete... okay, I can just delete the... Okay, I don't have a mason there anymore. Oh, wait, but I can't select anything here. What is this type? Weird. Okay. Okay. That's not gonna work. So I have to get it all manually. Okay. Probably figure out a way to do that. Okay, that failed. Wow, why did that fail? Oh, the inventory's all fucked up. The inventory's all messed up. Yeah, this should never really be the case, other than when I did what I just did. Let's just rebuild. We'll just rebuild. Atlam, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Let's see, is there anything else I want to do with the game that I haven't mentioned? Roguelite, similar to Hades. I want the lore to have gods as a part of it. And I think gods, the kind of god lore does a great job of explaining like gameplay mechanics in a flavorful way, you know? Like, you can just be like, the gods have imposed this rule on you. I've always been into like Greek and Norse mythology and stuff like that, so that'll be cool. That'll be cool. Okay, where do I want to look here? So where is the apply resources? Because that's what went wrong. That's what went wrong. Legos, hello. Sharpening my skills, developing a procedural terrain on UE as well. If you don't mind me asking, how did you manage the terrain collisions? I can't make it work the same with the geometry. What do you mean? What do you mean exactly by the terrain collisions? Like how did I like they just have the they have complex as simple collision set on the dynamic mesh component. And that I have like the async building of that turned on. What is it? Dynamic chunk mesh, I think, maybe. Yeah, so here's my settings. There's my settings, a combination of these two functions for the dynamic chunk mesh. You can screenshot that if you want to. This one's important here. Defer collision updates needs to be false in order for async cooking to work. And async cooking is what will build the collisions on the background thread, which is important for performance. So if that's what you're talking about, that's how I did this. But I may be misunderstanding what you're asking. Yeah, resources. Applying resources. Apply resources. Okay, let's look at this code and let's just give it a quick little audit here. Make sure that we're doing it correctly. Okay, so we're going to iterate over resource requirements, which is a map of item resource type to integer. What am I doing here? What is this? Keys? Yeah, so for each key, if yeah, there's an inventory component on the building itself to like hold what resources have been applied already. Get contained resource type count. So we subtract the difference. If it's greater than 0, we take as many as possible with quantity to remove set to the difference. Okay, so that I feel like that should work. Although maybe we're not updating this contained resources type or something. Or maybe this function doesn't work properly. Quantity to remove. Quantity needed is quantity to remove minus total removed so far. And so if we've gotten here, we will have a resource type that is equal. And the current item quantity, if it's less than or equal to the quantity that I need, outItems.add, and total remove so far plus equals, and then we remove from inventory add. Otherwise, we just subtract from the quantity how many we need. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And then it'll continue iterating. And so that will return out items. Get contained resource type count. Character inventory. I don't know, where do we, oh, and then for each we add to the inventory of the building. Update required resources widget then at the end. I'm wondering, was that just wrong? Setting the values. Oh boy, what am I doing here? Good old children. Cast a resource requirement. Yeah, because there's like potentially multiple resource types that you need. So I do get the contained resource type count. Okay, so let me do this. Let's go to the test level real quick. Test level. I do have 101 wood added to my character, which let's... Character base, let's change that. Let's change that. Inventory, where's the default? Give me the defaults. Wood, let's go down to... Okay, so it didn't, it only, I feel like it only did that on the wall. To the window to the wall. Okay, so let's go 177. Weird number, I know. But that was the number that I got weird at. Then I guess we'll also be able to see if the mesh loads in properly here. Why is this? Big snap. Okay, that is not the right mesh, good sir. Also, what is the collision doing there? Interesting. So I'm not colliding with anything. Okay, so that's wrong. All right, we'll look at that in a second. Now this blueprint building is not right. Is it not adding? Is this not working correctly? Let's put a breakpoint here. Will I go back? Okay, that's not getting hit at all. Okay, if building data static mesh. Oh, because this is a soft pointer, so this maybe doesn't get coerced into a boolean properly. I probably need to do like a dot is valid or something. Is valid. Oh no, that's not right. That's not right. We need to check if it's not null. Okay, that is probably what's wrong. We just weren't loading that properly. Probably weren't hitting that code at all. Although the nanite warnings went away, so we were hitting it at one point. I'm using procedural mesh. I see. I can draw the mesh, but with no collision. When I apply the collision, it doesn't get the complex one. I was using procedural mesh components at one point, and I'm doing it all by visual scripting. I would highly recommend switching over to dynamic mesh components. Especially if you're doing the blueprints, like there's just going to be a ton more functions for you to use. And I mean, there's just like there's a function that you can straight up just apply a texture as tessellation, and that you can just like literally just straight up give it a height map texture. If you're generating the height map with like a material and putting it into a render target, you can just straight up apply it to a dynamic mesh component chunk. And I think you're going to have a lot more luck doing it that way. But I guess what you're saying is like you're trying to build the collision, but it never ends up existing on there. It's still not loading. Okay. Oh, it is loading the dummy foundation. Why is that? Did I click dummy? I did. I literally just clicked the wrong one there. Okay, now we're reaching here. Okay, yeah, now that's looking good. Okay. Okay, so that one did not take all of my resources. I don't think. Let's check. No, I still have 77 wood. Okay, wall. Oh, that's a dummy wall. I keep placing the dummy stuff. Wooden wall. I can't tell like what side it's on. Okay, that one, why? I definitely saw at the very least a visual glitch. where the wall didn't work, or it didn't work, but took all my wood, and now I don't have any wood to add. Muhammad, hello, doing well. How are you? So yeah, I'll have to keep an eye out for that one. Nice that the destructibles work now too. That I fixed the soft class pointer. But yeah, Lycos, the collision on the... I can probably, if you're interested, I can look at what I did. I'll have to pull up my GitHub and look at some old commits. Can I search through this? Is there a way to search through commits on... God, there's so many. I'll probably find what I was doing. I wasn't doing anything in particular, because the create procedural mesh section has like a whether or not you should cook collision. Do you work entity topic or another? I am not sure what you mean by that. I am not sure what you mean. Yeah, I'm pretty sure just the, let me look this up real quick. Let me look at, create procedural mesh, like section or something, like, right? What was it? Create mesh section? Yeah. Mass entity. So I built my own ECS system because I wasn't happy with mass entity. So I can talk about an ECS system from a generic point of view. Section index. Yeah, so there's just this create collision boolean, Lycos, on the... I assume this is... I assume there's one of these for... yeah, here's the blueprint one that you probably use. Yeah, I mean, I assume you probably set that. I assume you probably set that. And then I guess you'll just need to make sure that you have on the you'll need to make sure it's set like the collision type is set to complex as simple in blueprints. I forget, I don't know where that is. Was there a set complex? Yeah, I don't know if there's a... I'm not as good in blueprints. Oh, I'm just on a random component, so that's not gonna work. Is this an actor? Yeah, that's an actor. Trace complex on move. Yeah, there's somewhere that you would have needed to set complex as simple collision. I've only ever done that in C++, so I don't know where that is in blueprints. But that may have been the missing piece for you, Lycos. Anyways, yeah, so I can't find that one bug. But let's take a look at why this is failing now. The rotation is changing. Okay. Okay, let's get rid of some of these so I can actually tell what I'm doing. Okay, so this is probably... You know what? There we go. Okay, so which one of these are we hitting? Okay, we're hitting this one. Get correct hit location. I don't think that's supposed to be happening. That's the, yeah, because it's 0, 0. I should be using the trace and, yeah. I'm just using the wrong one there. There we go. I guess I need to switch on if there is a hit or not. So we'll say blocking hit. Let's select vector based on if we have a blocking hit. We have a blocking hit, use the impact point, otherwise use the end trace location. There we go. There we go. Now that's working properly. Cute. Okay, that's fixed. I guess the next easiest thing to fix now would be like, I want this to snap to the world grid. I suppose this is not getting reached. Let me see here. Can be placed on landscape. And I guess that's false for the fucking foundation. I feel like that shouldn't be false. Let me look up foundation. And be placed on landscape. Oh, that's a part of building data, which is in the which is in here. It is set to can be placed on landscape. At least the dummy one is. Yeah, it's set. Okay. Which one am I hitting here? Placement building object. Building data. Can be placed on landscape. And actor is landscape. I need to change this over to my C++ one. I have one of these in C++ and I need to unify those. That's my issue. My generic utils, I think, is where it's at. Let's pin that up here. Actor is landscape. Yeah. Is that blueprintable already? Okay. Actor is landscape. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, go back to that. It's not blueprint pure, but that's fine. Beggars can't be choosers. There we go. And actually, just delete this function altogether, probably. Where's that used from? Anywhere else? Do you have any information about shadow formation of objects? I'm trying to learn new things. I'm gonna say no. I don't think so. Okay, I want to let's actually change that to blueprint pure. Is it not? Did I make this not constant? Well, it's static. That's why. Okay. Blueprint pure. We'll add that there as well. Rebuild. Yeah, my rendering knowledge is not very good, I'll say. I don't know very much about the rendering side of game development. Another thing before I forget that I want to add to my to-dos here. Landscape grid snapping. Oh yeah, placeable object rotation. Snap rotation to the thing I'm placing it on. Yeah. Yeah, we want to do that. Because otherwise, like, the rotations are always, like, slightly off, and it's, like, super annoying. Okay. Okay. Go back here. Where's that function? Actors landscape. Yeah, find all. We're going to replace all of you. I no longer need you. Okay. Yeah, that's the right. Oh god, there's two different ones now that are named the same. Copy that. Copy that. Okay, I guess I'm... What am I doing here? Oh, because I want to check the next one. But then that would just be true. The song is great. One of my favorites on here. Song of Storms. Okay. So now let's delete this. Okay, I need like I want a little button right here that is a target icon, and then that will do this. It'll just automatically select whatever function I'm inside. Okay, let's see if that, oh god. What have I done? Oh. Why hasn't this failed before? Okay, this might be why some of the names or some of the resource values weren't correct. Is this one of mine? Did I make this? I don't think I made this. Oh yeah, this isn't mine. And yeah, this isn't my code. I don't care about that. I don't know why that's popping up now. That is old plugin code that I'm not using anymore. Okay. Yeah, foundation. It is doing the rotation thing that's super annoying. Okay, let's figure out how to get that rotation correct. That's working now. So now we're going... Oh. Now we're getting true there. Is floor placeable? Okay, so that's overridden. Is a foundation floor placeable? I don't see any functions defined here, so maybe it's just the base object. Oh, okay, it's just if it's a floor object. Which it won't be. But I'll be down here. Get foundation transform. Yeah, what's our okay, let's do the grid snap again. Grid mode. Oh, that probably is why. Yeah, that was probably why that wasn't working. Okay, let's see how that looks now. There we go. Perfect. Nice. So the rotation snaps to the world grid. When I hold shift, we're in free placement mode, so the rotation is based off of my camera. Wonderful. I love that. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Okay, okay. So I don't actually... The camera trace is going straight through the... I'm upset that I tested all of this on the dummy meshes. Because it's making me realize, like, you see how, you can even see it, some issues here. So 2 issues, one of which, the trace went right through the fucking stilt legs. Went right through there. And the rotation's wrong here. But I'm basing the rotation off of the socket location for that. Short and simple, but definitely not easy request. Are you asking me to fix your game for you? Are you asking? I'm not sure this is the right place to ask that. Ethgata, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, 2 problems. One, I need to change the rotation. So here's the thing, though. The rotation anchor point, really. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked it up. I'll just go ask a Trackmania YouTuber. Oh, okay. I don't think you're going to find many people who are willing to fix your game for free. But here's the thing. So, dummy wall. So, when I have a wall like this, yeah, if I'm snapping onto here, I want it to rotate around. It can just rotate around the, or rather, it's easier to show with a foundation. Yeah, I want it to just rotate around itself, right? Just in 3D space, just at its location. But when I have a wall, and I'm looking here, I may want to rotate it around the socket attach point. So there's like 2 different ways that I would maybe want to rotate it. Uh-oh, God. Yeah, now the mantling's all messed up. Did I write that down on my list here? Mantling is all fucksy-wucksy now. Mantling all. Wuxie wuxie. Okay. Anyone know that copy pasta? Or do I just sound ridiculous? Yeah, so I need two different rotation things. And then also like the rotation of the wall, like which direction they're facing is actually important now too. These might all be okay. I'm gonna give myself, give me, where's my character? Give me like 1,000 wood or something. Okay. Short and simple, but definitely not easy request. It's one way to sell it. Okay, so I want to see what the rotations of all of these are. Are they, does it consistently? No, it doesn't. Interesting, okay. Yeah, so that's going to be important. And actually, let me look here. Okay, so that should be I wonder if I'm placing it from the other side, is it the same? If I come over here. Okay, yeah, at least because I'm pretty sure that's desired. I have it, like my snapping mode is like snap to the rotation of the socket itself. Okay. So I need to go through and make sure. Another thing I need to add. God, the list is getting larger and not smaller. Landscape grid snapping, that's done though. We can cross that off. We actually finished roofs earlier too, so we can cross that off. Wooden wall mesh was wrong. I think we fixed that too. I think we fixed this system as well. Okay, so maybe it is getting shorter. This, I don't know if that's an issue anymore. But this is going to be... I guess this is yaw? Or is this pitch? I'll just say wall rotations. Say non-dummy wall rotation. Wall socket rotation. So I'll need to make sure those are facing the right way. And then I think I'll want some sort of visual indicator as to the direction of the wall, because I mean, or just a better material, because I can't tell when I look at, I don't know if you guys can, but when I look at this, I can't fucking tell which direction it's facing because the material is like super see-through. And, oh, and one thing I need to thank you. Thank you. I need to change the ramp meshes. The ramp meshes. Oh god, there's so many. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Let me close all that. Oh, I can't edit all? Oh, come on. Well, let me try this then. Can I place from this list? Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Yeah, let's fix all these at once then. Modeling. I just learned how to do this. I'm pretty sure I rotate them to the left. To the left. To the left. Oh wait, I'm not actually. Hang on. I'm just rotating it normally. Hang on. To the left. To the left. Edit pivot. To the left. Accept. Edit pivot. To the left. Edit pivot. To the left. Everything you want on these ramps. That's not what I meant to click. Okay. Accept. Okay, almost done. Okay. Okay, let me play now. Yay, okay. Okay, it's a little bitchy, but that is the correct spots I want them in. Okay. Delete, delete, delete. Yay. Okay, that's all fixed now. That is all fixed now. Non-dummy wall socket rotations. So this is something that I'll need to audit for all of my building objects. Which is super annoying. Because these arrows are not going to be able to show me the rotation that I need. It would be nice if I created my own component for this. I guess they already are my own component. It is a it is our particular component, but I guess the visual representation of it. It'd be nice if I could change that. Let me look. It is just a scene component that has an arrow component on it. I wonder if I could build some. I could build out some debug functionality here to like display one of the building types. But I would need like the mesh to display. So I would need like a big ass map for that. And the more yeah, I don't know. That doesn't seem very scalable or maintainable actually. Probably just easier to like kind of guess and check. Yeah. Unfortunately. Okay, give me wood. Give me wood. And some wooden walls. But we'll just we'll build this and see which ones are right and which ones are wrong. We'll figure out which sockets those are. Okay, so it is socket 4. 2 and 4 need to be rotated 180 degrees. Well, that was the wrong wall. Okay. And so that should work for the window wall and the door wall as well. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to kill this guy. He was looking at me kind of weird, so... okay, I'll just need to keep that in mind when I look at the rest of this stuff. I guess I should make sure ceilings work real quick, or they're at least oriented the right way. Okay. Show me. Jamie, pull up ceiling. Pull up wooden ceiling. Here we go. So I guess I'll need to build this stuff to actually see too. Okay, that does seem that is rotated the right way. Is there even a right way with that? No, there's not. Okay, so here's going to be the problem with these boys. Like, the paneling is going one direction, but when I rotate it, it rotates it like that. Yeah, I need an additional setting on the socket for what kind of rotation it has. I already have a rotation type too. I have a socket rotation type. This is more so, I think I should rename this to snap. Snap rotation type. No, socket rotation type. Actually, that seems fine. I kind of need another one for like, what would it be called? Like building rotation type? Building pivot location? Yeah, I think so. Pivot. Yeah, building pivot location. Yeah, building pivot location. Make another enum here. E building pivot location for this one. And so default's going to be like what? Default probably rotate in place. Maybe I should just call this building pivot. Yeah, let's just call it building pivot. Rotate in place. The other one is pivot on socket. Pivot on socket. Is that readable? Put a comment here. When the... It's the wrong one. when a socketed building is rotated via input, this is the location it will pivot around. Yeah. Rotate in place, meaning like. I think that makes sense. That's understandable. So now we need to like fill that in with all these. And I think for most of them, rotate in place, like really the only ones I need to not rotate in place are like probably roofs. Roofs. And where do I do that rotation? I don't even know where I do that rotation in. And so this is like pivot locations. Forget if I do that in my C++ code or not. Maybe I can, I don't know. I think I'm gonna kick that can down the road a little bit till later. Because I need to set all those. It's just gonna be boring. And I'm almost done here. I've been streaming for about 7.5 hours. Why don't we just explore some seeds for a little bit? That sounds kind of fun. Let's explore some seeds. I can't wait till I start doing some more PCG stuff. I need to get all my ducks in a row, all my assets. Okay, and I also need to fix this shit, right? This is the middle of the ocean. So how this evolved, so black is all ocean, so bad seed. But how this all evolved, this system that I have is like, originally it was just height map. And it was very, okay. Okay, we need a little null check here. That's fine. That's fine. But initially, it was just a height map, and I was just going to do it like how Valheim does it, where, you know, there's just a static water level to the whole world, right? And if you dig down, you just hit that water level eventually, and which is totally okay way to do it. That's what I had. I just had like this flat water plane, just like the default Unreal Engine water just placed in there just as a kind of a placeholder. And so for the oceans, I just kind of like subtracted their altitude away, and so it just kind of created like a natural ocean. But they're not oceans anymore because I don't have water, because now water is a lot more fucking complicated now that I have 3D noise. Now that I have caves and stuff, but the caves and stuff look awesome, so can't complain. So 121, let's go 122. Check this one out. And I want to spawn the player at 0, on the world map at all, like every start. Okay, so we got a plains biome asset set with the craggy rock terrain. And so this is 0. And like what I do, oh, this is so cool, dude. I think there's a little bit of an ocean here, maybe? Or no, just a very low. Because sometimes this is an ocean. There's an ocean here. That's going to be actually kind of cool to look at. We should go over there. If I can get over there. And I guess there's a zone entrance chunk here as well. Let me pop out here. Yeah, there's the zone entrance trunk right there, that white dot. It's a big entrance. But like this cyan zone, it will be this one right here. And so this will be blue. So I should just head due south. And then I guess beyond the blue here, it's probably just out of view is where this ocean starts. We should check that out. It's probably just gonna be flat. Oh yeah, it's just gonna be flat though, so it's not gonna look very cool. Ooh, what I do like about this is that there's two biomes next to each other, so it's good for testing. Good for testing. Because now there's just, I also need to get rid of the border mountains on the ocean sides, so there's actually kind of like some beach and stuff. But coming up with the water volume is going to be, can you do a spline water volume? I hope you can. But it's really just going to need to be, I was looking at the, what was it called? It was like Ninja Fluids or something like that, or plugin. And they had like completely dynamic. This is actually not as exciting as I thought it was going to be. But that plugin had like pretty dynamic water, and it looked like what I may need. But I think it was all based on render targets at runtime, which I don't know if I don't know if I'll have the memory budget for that. And I don't know really how anything. That's an interesting formation. I don't know how anything fluid simulation works. New seed. Okay, all ocean. Oh yeah, what I was saying was spawning at 0, 0. What I do is if like, uh-oh. Can we recover? No, we cannot. Because that's null. Oh my god. The dynamic chunk mesh gets cleaned up kind of randomly, so I need to check if it's valid everywhere, and I currently don't do that everywhere. And so when I end the session in the play and editor session, it crashes quite often. But spawning at 0, 0, like I essentially I just generate a map with a random seed, like a random stream, and if 0, 0 is an ocean chunk, I just generate it again with whatever the next value in the random stream is. Until it's not ocean. But I only do that a certain number of times. So on those ones where it's just completely flat, where I spawn in the ocean, that means we've reached that threshold. So I need to do a better job of that. I think I should probably rather just add an offset to the map, rather than just generating a completely new one. I should just move the map itself over to where 0, 0 is always on land. So we're in a very large biome here. Oh, we're on an island. Cool. Another thing I want to do is I want to make sure that this map generates the same amount of land. It's not like super important, but I will want to make sure, especially if I do any kind of seafaring stuff, that there's an equal, you know, maybe not equal, but like a, it's not too much water, it's not too much land. You know, there's at least a little bit of both. And it would be nice to get some like Civ 7 or Civ 6-esque, Civilization-esque map generation options, but that's you know, that's way down the line. I think what's more important is making a curated start experience, a bit more curated, because especially with the deformable, this one's all ocean as well. Bad seed. Okay, recovered from that. Okay. It's like in Minecraft, like if you fall in a hole, like you can get back out. You may have to, if you don't have a pickaxe. First of all, pickaxes are really easy to make, but if you fall in a hole and you don't have a pickaxe, you can still punch through the stone. I don't know if I'll have that for my game. Hello, please? Okay. Look at this map. Yeah, I don't know if I'll have that for my game. And my holes are quite holy. Oh, this is this is my favorite terrain noise that I have here. This is the like a large. I take the noise and I just like blow it up super large. And so like there's not an example, but for like the craggy one, I shrink it and then I amplify it. So the hills get really small and then I amplify it so they get really tall. That's what makes the crags. This one I do the opposite. So we get like these really slow rolling hills that create large features in the zone. The tops are not generated. They like kind of look like volcanoes, which would be really cool to have. Definitely want to get some natural disasters and stuff going. That'll be a really fun mechanic. Good reset mechanic too. Oh, this is nice. Look at that mountain. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. And I like how this created like a big slice through. It's a little rounded, so I don't like how it gets kind of planar, kind of rounded there. But if you could imagine like maybe starting for a starting experience, where was that hole at? So like you could fall down here and you just like straight up would not be able to get back up unless this led somewhere. You know, I don't know what kind of, you know, maybe you can dig and stuff, and climbing is another thing. Like I don't know if I just have the capability to do that. But two, I just don't really like climbing as a game mechanic, as in like climbing as in like Breath of the Wild climbing. I don't really like it as a game mechanic. It's not particularly fun or engaging gameplay, and I think it oftentimes leads the player to just W keying through, you know, over whatever obstacle it is, rather than following a path, which probably has more interesting stuff on it, right? You're going to encounter way more going through the path, going up the mountain path, going around the mountain or whatever, than just W keying through it, doing your climbing. And it's really boring. Like you're just pressing one button and waiting. So I don't like it for that reason. But I think it may be necessary for me, at least a little bit. Maybe I'll just make it cap. I'll just cap it, you know, and not allow you to do it infinitely. Because some of the especially if I can't get super high res terrain for memory reasons, you know, some situations like this will be frustrating to walk across if you can't climb them. So I may need that. But for a starting experience, I think I would want the starting zone to not have many of these pitfall type caves, so that you at least don't get stuck in them until you have a pickaxe to dig your way out. So that's one such way that I would want to curate the zone. And I also think like, I think I would want to start you in like a corner or something. I don't know. I think I would want multiple start scenarios. Similar to RimWorld, where it's like, okay, maybe you can start just all alone in the wilderness, nothing around you. You know, that's like, you know, that'll be like the base start, right? That's easy to implement. I'll just plop you down, and it's on you to go figure your shit out. But I'm thinking maybe there's because I don't want it to be like super survivally. But if you think about how you start in a game like World of Warcraft, like you kind of start in like a small little village or valley or something, you know, very, very contained, you know, a few NPCs to kind of guide you, to direct you where you should go. I think that would be a really good starting area for people. Moxie. Sorry, dog is freaking out. But I think having like a nice little village with like a few NPCs, super low key, to kind of guide you to maybe send you on quests, and I think that'll be good for players who need a little bit more direction, who are maybe not used to the kind of games where you're just kind of plop down and have to figure it out on your own. And I would think just like put the player in a corner, so that there's kind of a direction to go. I think that's good. Rather than if I just like plopped you down, you know, like right, you know, basically how I do it already. Like it's kind of hard, and maybe that is kind of one of the starting scenarios, but I think it would be nice to start on like a corner or an edge of a zone, so you can kind of like work your way through it. Like it's still open world, right? Of course, and you've got procedural zones on every side of you. This might be, is this a, well, it's got a little bit of noise, okay. There's not, this is ocean actually. That's why there's nothing spawned there. Right. We're in the land of the unicorns. Beside us is Starfall Bastion. Ooh, magical. Onyx Caverns to the north. Twilight Grove. The Abyssal Trench. Oh, that sounds fucking sick. It's a mountain, so not very trenchy, but this is Florida. Yeah, it's a swamp. Yeah. Ashen Crest. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. Yeah, I love this zone. Let's walk through this a little bit. Let's go up here. Oh boy. One thing that I don't think I pointed out is the materials on here are actually like vertex colors. So there's actually, I have a vertex data generator that you can see it here pop up. See how it shows green there, and I can actually show it. Let me see here. I'm ready to show vertex data, so let me pause that. So you can see all the vertices have this, whether it's dirt or grass or whatever. And so that'll be really nice for, that's what I'm using the footsteps for, the footstep sounds. I query this information, and then like for terrain deformation, obviously you want rock to be different than dirt to react differently. But yeah, I love this zone. I love this zone. It'd be super cool to build colonies here. Imagine digging a colony into the side of this mountain. Bro, look at this. Oh my god. The 3D noise really just tore apart that mountain. So cool. Oh, this would be a really nice corner, right? If I could isolate this as a scenario, like you'd have to kind of nice little isolated area, and then you walk over here, and then kind of the world opens up a little bit. I do hate though when games hold your hand for longer than like 10 minutes. You know, like when the game doesn't let you go where you want to go, even if it is for exposition purposes, like story purposes. Like I'm thinking games like Avowed or like Dragon Age, for like some examples of more recent games that have come out, where like the starting experience is like super contained. And I get that it's doing, like, it's teaching you for purpose, and I also said that myself, but oftentimes they don't even let you continue. Like you have to do certain things before you can continue. And I guess more so what I'm trying to say is that I'm just creating an area, a little sandboxy area for you to like not fuck up in, to make it harder for you to fuck up. And you can still go outside of that area at any point, right? You don't have to do any of this shit there. You can just move on, right? It's just kind of there if you want it. And I think that's the difference in the approaches. So I wonder, altitude, that's a swamp, so that's not going to have very high altitude. That's a mountain, that might. The Fisherman's Wharf of Bounty. Yeah, some of this terrain, I don't think I can walk up it, so this is, again, we'll see maybe why I need, well, I guess I can walk up here. You see, like, the scenarios like that, it's just fucking annoying, right? And I could have the slope that I can, right now I'm just using like the built-in like walkable slope that's on every actor movement component. character movement component. But maybe I should change that to do velocity based. You know, something like Mario 64-ish. You can walk up it a little bit, but after your velocity slows enough, you slide back down. Let's check out a new seed. New seed. We'll do a couple more. We'll do a couple more. That was 126. I liked 120. I'm gonna write that down. 126. I'll just say large hills. That was a nice seed. 127. Nice. Got a dark green zone over here. This is kind of like my base noise and oh, we hit this issue again. Okay. So what I want to do here, I feel like the Unreal Engine types are not playing with the fast noise plugin very well. And so I think I need to use the base type, or yeah, the base base array type. Let me see if that works. It happened a lot less since since I switched over. So yeah, let's get like one or two more in here. And then I'll need to be getting off because I am hungry. Oh, you can't for each. Could not deduce template art. Yeah. For I count value array dot num or dot how do you do that? How do you iterate over a I don't know actual C++ syntax. Can you actually get, I mean, it should be this, right? It should be the same length. It's not, we got problems. Okay, that did work. Okay, cool. Okay, let's go see what this seed has in store for us. Was it 127? We'll see. Okay. I think I'm going to change a lot of my, or I'm going to try and see how it goes. All my noise generation is happening in compute shaders. I was like, yeah, GPU should go super fast, right? But a lot of time is taken up actually just copying the data to and from the GPU. And also, the GPU only had, like, you only have one render thread in Unreal Engine, so rather than having, you know, multiple cores of a CPU. One moment. So yeah, that's one thing I want to change probably pretty soon, just to see how it goes. You know, maybe we can get it generated faster. But yeah, I am gonna head out. So I don't know anyone streaming, so I'm just gonna try and find someone doing Unreal Engine stuff.
I hope you do get selected, and then I hope I get selected.
Well,
he's just playing Roblox. This guy's playing Roblox. Harvested game designer.
Zelda.
It is slim pickings. Slim pickings. Is anyone doing anything Unreal related? Unreal Engine related? A lot of Unity and Godot devs in the software and game dev channels, sections. Yeah, I do not know anyone here. Who would you say you know here? No one. I would say I know absolutely fucking no one. Minecraft modding. Maintaining a Laravel app. Tower Defense Roguelite. That does not, that's in French. This guy's doing Go. It's surprising to me the amount of non-English speakers. Feeling recharged. Misc Dev. And chill. Okay, I'm gonna pick Satolix, I think. Let me see. What is he doing?
Sensor, secret, add a box collider.
Seems chill. I like that. Okay, we're gonna send you guys over there.
What this would enable you to do is basically if you were...
So yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. Some raids today. I super appreciate the raids from everyone as well. That was awesome to see. It was a good long productive stream, which I am quite happy about.
So to speak.
So yeah, hopefully a little bit more streaming tomorrow. Probably not as long, but I will probably be streaming tomorrow. Why do you have 30 viewers on Twitch and 1 on YouTube? That's just how it goes. I hope to make some improvements on the YouTube live side of things. Because I hope to spend some of my 20% time working on that. And I did find the right person at Google to talk to about it too, so that's pretty exciting. But yeah, that's just how it goes. You should see the YouTube shorts when I start the stream. It pops off there for a little bit. And then the algorithm tapers off. Strange how it works. But yeah, thanks everyone so much. Thank you for the subs as well. Thank you everyone. Have a good weekend. Goodbye.